c. 2542. c. 2542, just as he had expected. This cow beast ran to the caves of other beasts and started fighting after it entered. In just a short moment, several beasts were killed by this cow beast. The people of Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family did not notice anything strange. Even when they heard the sound, they only thought that some humans had entered the canyon and were secretly happy. Yet they didn't know that it was their own caged savage beast that started them all. As Saker, the contract's power forbids these savage beasts from attacking one another and allows only strangers to attack. Thus, when the other savage beasts were attacked by this bull, none of them dared to retaliate. Su Yuqing said she had already deciphered the contents of the contract. Hee, it's just as I expected. Chun Xiang laughed. Looks like it won't be long before all the beasts in this valley are killed. Chun Xiang waited for more than an hour. The whole cow beast that was as big as a small mountain was already covered in beast blood, and when he rushed out of the canyon, he did not know where he was going to. Chun Xiang went down to collect all the corpses of the other savage beasts. After that, he headed towards the place where everyone was resting and told everyone about the situation in the canyon. He just said that the cow had gone mad, killed the other savage beasts, and eaten the corpse of the savage beast. The gorge wasn't too far from here. Previously, there had been a series of roars, so everyone was still skeptical, even though there were a few small teams who were not afraid of death. After confirming that it was true and sending the communication jade symbol paper back to the camp, everyone was overjoyed and they all headed over. After about 2 hours, they said through the Great Canyon and entered the sacred Tao Mountains. The sacred Tao Mountains was generally safe, but it was more difficult to enter from the beginning as there was a natural barrier. And Chen Xiang was already inside the sacred Tao Mountains. The sacred Tao Mountains was very big and had a natural barrier, so only a few paths inside were relatively easier, but all of them were blocked by the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. It could be seen that the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family wanted to monopolize the sacred Tao Mountains and let them take all the medicinal ingredients inside. Yu'er, it's your turn. Yu'er could communicate with the stars in the sky and quickly find the herbs here. The sacred Tao Mountains was so big, so if he wanted to find the precious herbs here, he would need a lot of time. All right. Yu'er had just woken up. When she was in Yu Yao Mountain Villa, she would sometimes turn into a little girl. Yu'er stood on top of Chun Xiang's palm and her bee. Faced Chun Xiang as she smiled. I do not guarantee that I will be able to hook up with the stars here. It was fine when I was in Hundreds of Flowers Village, but that is New 8 Wastelands. I do not know about this Sacred Wasteland. Sacred Wasteland is currently on top of the New 8 Wastelands, but the location is a little hidden, so they share the same sky. Chun Xiang smacked Yu'er's furry little bee. Let's try it quickly. It was almost dark now, and the clear sky was filled with twinkling stars. After that, she closed her eyes and started to communicate with the stars in the sky. A short while later, her body started to emit a faint, silvery white light, and Chun Xiang knew that she had succeeded. There are many herbs in this sacred Tao Mountains. Yu'er said. Where are they? Chun Xiang asked quickly. There are many medicinal materials, but not many high-level ones. There are 3 Emperor-level ones, about 5 high-level, 1 King-level ones, and the rest are all low-level ones. You should not be interested in them. Yu'er said. All right, bring me there quickly. Chun Xiang said. From the looks of it, the quant. 1. Tai was relatively small, but in reality there were a lot of them. Under Yu'er's guidance, Chun Xiang found a piece of ginseng. This was an emperor stage medicinal herb. He didn't know what it was called, but it was very special, as though it was carved out of blood jade, about half the height of a person, and it was very, very heavy. I really want to take a bite. Yu'er smiled while drooling. When you grow them, they will make you puke. Chun Xiang put the emperor stage ginseng into the Yu Yao Mountain Villa and let Chu Hongqing grow it. Yu'er guided Chun Xiang on his search for other medicinal herbs. he found 5 types of high-grade king-level medicinal herbs, 2 of which contained profound Tao Power S, while the other 3 he did not know. Chen Xiang didn't know what it was either, but after testing it with his heavenly magic sword, he found it to be extremely hard and hard to split. With this degree of tenacity, he could finally use it to refine medicine. It was buried underground, and Chen Xiang had to dig around for a bit longer before he finally dug it out. It looked like a potato, but after he removed the dirt on the surface, it released a golden glow, and the inside was a golden crystal. It looked exquisite and beautiful. Is this really a medicinal herb? No matter how you look at it, it looks like ore. Chen Xiang bit down. Of course, he wouldn't be able to. These DCLA, S medicinal ingredients were all very hard. There's someone over there. When Chen Xiang heard these words, a few people suddenly appeared. All of them were from the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. Brat, this is our Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family's territory. Quickly hand over the thing in your hands. A man shouted. It was a young man. Chen Xiang looked at the few of them. The strongest was the man who talked the most, being at the 10th stage of the Tao realm. If you defeat me, I'll give it to you. Chen Xiang put away the golden potato and smiled. This is as simple as turning my hand. You're merely at the 2nd level of the Tao soul realm, and yet you're so arrogant to say such words. The man at the 10th level of the Tao realm sneered. Furthermore, I am a disciple of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. I'll send you to your death right now. Chen Xiang laughed. Don't hit me so hard. If I die, the Emperor Stage medicinal herbs I obtained would have disappeared along with me. If the families behind you knew, you would have had a good end. Thank you for reminding me. So I will not kill you. I will only let you know that it is better to die than to live. The Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family man snorted angrily and immediately waved his hand, releasing a ball of red light that carried a terrifying power. The red ball of light illuminated the surroundings, causing the ground to be shrouded in red light. What was even more terrifying was that the surrounding mountains and land began to shake, some even collapsing. This was just a casual wave of energy, yet it was already so terrifying. Even Chen Xiang felt terrified at this moment. The red ball of light quickly rushed over, and Chen Xiang immediately took out the 6 realms mirrors to block when he was still alive. The red ball of light struck the 6 realms mirrors, and Chen Xiang also felt the 6 realms mirrors violently tremble. In order to maintain the stability of the 6 realms mirrors, it had absorbed more than half of Chen Xiang's Tao energy. The ball of red light that was HIT on the 6 realms mirrors was also rebounded. The rebounding speed was very fast, and the man did not expect it to bounce back. He did not have the time to dodge at all, and was struck by the power he released. C-2543. C-2543 Chen Xiang quickly calmed his divine sensei, and then teleported in front of the man. Heavenly magic sword appeared in his hands and slashed at the man's head. Captain! One of the big-sized men who was spectating at the side roared. At the same time, he had already thrusted his sword over, but was dodged by Chen Xiang. At the same time Chen Xiang dodged, she used a teleportation technique to grab the man's head and threw him into the chuangs. H-I+G. Oh, D-Furnace. I have to use a immobilize on that big guy. His cultivation level is too much higher than mine, so I can only immobilize him for an instant. Su Yuqing suddenly said to Chen Xiang, "Begin." The moment Su Yuqing shouted, Chen Xiang was already beside the big-sized man, his sword slashed towards the head. Chopping it off, the other 3 people also slashed at Chen Xiang with their swords. But Chen Xiang used the cloud sky elephant, and the 3 people's swords penetrated Chen Xiang's fog-like body and pierced into the man's body. However, just as they were shocked, Chen Xiang's swift sword had already sliced across their necks, and the heads of the 3 people were sliced off by Chen Xiang just like that. So weak. Chen Xiang looked at the rolling heads on the ground and stepped on one of them. Is this the level of the disciples of your heaven, wasteland, aristocratic family? You guys are usually so arrogant, but it turns out you guys aren't that strong. You're dead for sure. If you dare to lay your hands on my heaven, wasteland, aristocratic family, my heaven, wasteland, aristocratic family will chase after you for the rest of your life. One of the men said, although their heads were chopped off, they did not die. Hee, I didn't say I would kill you. Come in. Qin Xiang sent their heads and bodies into the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace S. Qin Xiang made a special S. P-A-C amongst the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace, specially for detaining this kind of fellow. It wouldn't be long before he would test them with fire. One must know that there was an even stronger group of disciples within the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace, who were the same ones who had acted so wildly in the new 8 wastelands. Other than that, there were also the limitless 3 elders of the infinite divine mountain. Since Qin Xiang did not kill them now, he was just torturing them a little, which was even worse than death for them. With Su Youqing's help, Qin Xiang opened up a few of these storage magic treasure and obtained some king-level medicinal ingredients, as well as tens of millions of jade money. So poor! Qin Xiang cursed in a low voice. No wonder he's so weak. However, he did not feel that he was very strong. He only felt that his opponent was too weak. If he was truly strong, he would be able to find out with just 2 moves if he was strong at the 10th stage of the Daupa realm. If he was strong, he would have ran away a long time ago. Of course, the heavenly magic sword was powerful. It could directly break through the defense, adding on his indestructible 6 realms mirrors if they met him without any experience. Even if they were stronger than him by a few levels, they would still be defeated in an instant. Heaven, wasteland, aristocratic family already knew that he had lost one of the canyons, which had led to a large number of people entering the canyon. Right now, even heaven, wasteland, aristocratic family did not dare to openly enter and sacred the people inside, as they were worried that they would provoke the 3 great native Bank-s. Therefore, heaven, wasteland, aristocratic family sent out small teams. As long as they met a single person, and their strength was not too strong, they would H them from others, regardless of whether they managed to H them or not, they would still be killed. Qin Xiang also planned to leave the sacred Tao Mountains at this time. On the way, he met another 2 teams from Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, but he hid himself, and with Su Youqing's help, he succeeded in his sneak attack and threw the 2 teams into the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace. Towards the people of Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. He would definitely not hold back. As long as he could defeat them, he would make his move. After leaving the sacred Tao Mountains, he returned to the Eternal Life City and headed there. Xiaoyan, take a look at what kind of medicinal ingredients are these. Qin Xiang placed the herbs he got from the sacred Tao Mountains on the table. Currently, only Xie Qiaoyan and Su Meiyao were free. Qin Xiang was seated on a chair, while Su Meiyao was stuck to him, lying in his embrace, allowing him to do whatever he wanted, causing Qin Xiang's entire body to burn. Seeing that, Xie Qiaoyan could only curse in his heart. This is an Emperor Blood Ginseng, a medium-grade one. I don't recognize the other 2. This Emperor Blood Ginseng is very rare. Xie Qiaoyan picked up the half-a-man tall blood jade ginseng and exclaimed, "Let's go find Sister Bailing. She definitely knows her sister." Su Meiyao left Qin Xiang's embrace and also went to caress the Emperor Blood Ginseng. "This is great stuff." Su Meiyao praised. I'm preparing to go now. I'll grow some later and give you some more." Qin Xiang caressed Su Meiyao's charming face. "You're looking for me. She said that if she sees you, she'll let me tell you." Su Meiyao laid on Qin Xiang's shoulder. "Why are you in such a rush to leave? Why don't you stay for a few more days? Is there something that you need from me?" Qin Xiang stroked his chin. "Isn't she currently in hundreds of Flowers villages, War G? Oh, D team. All the women in Warg Oh, D squads are very valiant, especially during this period of time when they spend all sorts of cruel training. Therefore, every time he returned to the hundreds of Flowers village, it was always difficult to see the War G. Oh, D team. I'm going to find Bing Yen. She should have made a lot of delicious food by now. Yue exited the Yao Mountain Villa and quickly flew away. I don't know why she's looking for you, but she just won't tell me. Su Meiyao laughed. She might be missing you, Sister Yu. On the surface, it's cold on the surface. But my heart is burning with Pa-S, Shaun. Right? Did the hundreds of Flowers village go to the 3 great native bank to train? Qin Xiang asked. No, we have pills to cultivate profound Tao power. There's no point in going there. Your method to cultivate the heart of the profound way is very good, and with the method that Qi Lian and her father came up with, I feel that we can deal with Black Hair's human easily. Said, now that she had also merged with the hundreds of Flowers village, she could be considered to be the core of it. LV Chilian's father was LV Zhen. Back then, in the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable, he was the one who created this power to deal with demons. To deal with the Black Hair's human now, he would need a specific power, so LV Zhen had a lot of experience. LV Zhen and his wife were both in the Heavenly Dragon City, so it could be said that the Heavenly Dragon City was filled with talented people. But because their cultivation levels were low, they weren't that strong. If he grew stronger in the future, he would definitely become a terrifying force. Your elder sister, you should be in the Heavenly Dragon City now. There is a Pa South Sageway close to the Earth's core. She usually cultivates there. Do you want to find her yourself or wait for her here? Su Meiyao said. I'll go find her myself. Do you want to come with me? Qin Xiang laughed. No, I still need to concoct pills. My alchemist is so busy. You little scoundrel is a strong alchemist. You actually have nothing to do all day. Su Meiyao scolded with a smile. Then you gave Qin Xiang a kiss. Go quickly. See, 2544. See, 2544. Only now did Qin Xiang know that there was a place below Heavenly Dragon City that was especially used for cultivation. It was extremely close to the core of the earth, and the temperature was extremely high, so it was a good place for cultivation of the body. The underground palace under the Heavenly Dragon City was huge. If Qin Xiang hadn't known that Bai Yuyu was in that room, he would have needed some time to find him. Sister Yuyu, I am Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang knocked on the stone door of a secret room and shouted from outside. Not long later, the door opened, and Qin Xiang saw that she was covered in sweat, with her ponytail tied up. Her upper body was only covered with a thick piece of cloth, revealing her robust body, and below it was a simple package, revealing her long and healthy legs. This caused Qin Xiang to be startled. It was not the first time he saw Bai Yuyu wearing so little. The first time he saw Bai Yuyu, she was already a white, tender, and beautiful woman. But now, Bai Yuyu looked very intrepid. Although she no longer had that kind of gentle beauty, this kind of intrepid beauty also made Qin Xiang feel that it was a different kind of amorous experience. Come in. When Bai Yuyu saw Qin Xiang's dumbfounded face, he pulled Qin Xiang inside the secret room and closed the stone door. Sister Yuyu, it's so hot here. Qin Xiang chuckled. He felt that what made him heat up was not just the temperature here, but also something else. Humph. Bai Yuyu let out a light snort, then activated a formation to eliminate the terrifying temperature inside. Just now, Qin Xiang had used spatial energy to isolate the temperature outside, but they all felt that it was very hot. It could be seen that Bai Yuyu was using an extremely cruel method to cultivate. Although the secret room was underground, there were a few glowing beads at the top of the room, illuminating the entire secret room until it was bright. Bai Yuyu came to a corner and ripped off the few pieces of cloth on his body in a few moments, then turned his back to Qin Xiang to wash his body. This caused Qin Xiang to take a deep breath, especially when he saw the back part of Bai Yuyu's absolutely beautiful face. Qin Xiang swallowed his saliva and used a lot of willpower to make himself turn his head, to no longer look If not, he would not be able to control himself, which was simply too enticing. At this moment, he was secretly cursing Su Meiyao and Hua Xiangyue in his heart. He felt that these two goblins must have taught Bai Yuyu many of these methods, and were clearly torturing him. After Bai Yuyu finished showering, she was only wearing a simple, thin and white robe. Qin Xiang had never thought that this Bai Yuyu, who was cold like a mountain of ice, would actually have such a charming and seductive side to him. Her kind of flirting was not like Su Meiyao's or Hua Xiangyue's, but Bai Yuyu was different. She was just sitting there, unsmiling and not moving, but she was imperceptibly emitting a strong charm. It made Qin Xiang unable to stop. It's not like you haven't seen my body before. Just a moment ago. Why do you feel like you've lost your soul? There are so many beauties around you. Haven't you refined them into a calm and composed heart? Bai Yuyu's voice was cold, but her eyes seemed to carry a trace of a flirting smile. Qin Xiang coughed dryly. Sister Yuyu, what are you looking for me for? Sister Meiyao said that you have something important to talk to me about. I thought you were with big sister Ziqian and the others. I didn't think that you were cultivating here by yourself. The reason I'm here cultivating is to wait for you. They've all gone out. Bai Yuyu said, My sister is currently in trouble, but only I know of this matter. I do not plan to tell anyone else. Qin Xiang frowned and said, What trouble? Your sister is so amazing. Will she be in trouble? Bai Yuyu tugged at the robe that almost slipped off and sighed. Sometimes our Ward D squad go out together to fight, and sometimes we go alone. My sister met trouble during one of our separate missions. How do you know? Did she tell you? Qin Xiang was puzzled. If there's trouble, we should look for big sister Qilian and the others. Let them think of a way. Furthermore, it's been too long already. It's not good for her to drag it out for too long. Bai Ziqian was Bai Yuyu's elder sister, and the two of them had a very good relations. I+P with each other. Qin Xiang thought that Bai Yuyu would not harm Bai Ziqian. It's not a big problem. Listen to me, Bai Yuyu said seriously. Qin Xiang nodded. You should know that my sister is a poison cultivator, right? She's been thinking about how to cultivate the most powerful poison up till now. Bai Yuyu said, I wonder how she found out about an extremely terrifying fellow who uses poison. That fellow is AGOD, and his name is Heaven Poison, Divine Spirit. This was the first time Qin Xiang had ever heard of this Heaven Poison Divine Spirit, but he immediately thought of something. The island his father was previously on, there was an extremely terrifying death poison. I heard from my mother about your father's island, so I know that the poison is very scary. I don't want my sister to go berserk. Bai Yuyu said again. Bai Yuyu's mother was indeed Feng Yujie, and both she and Su Meiyao had taken Feng Yujie as their mother at that time. You mean Sister Ziqian volunteered to go with that Heaven Poison Divine Spirit? Qin Xiang asked again. Semi-voluntary. If she was able to grasp a very terrifying poison, then it would definitely bring about a lot of trouble, so I did not say anything about this matter. She was the one who told me about it, and I don't know where she is right now. She knew that with Qin Xiang's ability, he would definitely be able to help her. All right, I'll help you find her. Qin Xiang nodded his head. He was also worried that Bai Ziqian had grasped that terrifying death poison, and if he brought it back with him, the consequences would be dire. Then, thank you! Bai Yuyu revealed a cold and elegant smile, shocking Qin Xiang. Just as he was in a daze, Bai Yuyu had already arrived beside him, lowering his head to kiss his lips, which caused Qin Xiang's entire body to tremble. He did not expect the usually cold Bai Yuyu to have such a terrifying charm. I want to go with you. I'm worried that when the time comes, you'll say that you can't defeat her. Bai Yuyu said. At this time her clothes were very casual, as if it could slip away at any time. Qin Xiang was really looking forward to it. All right. Bai Yuyu was a woman that he really wanted to conquer all those years ago, although his relations I plus P with her was always good, and the two of them would occasionally come into contact with each other. They did not manage to poke a hole through her diaphragm. I have a lot of things to do during this period of time, but I will try my best to find Sister Ziqian. Qin Xiang looked at Bai Yuyu's pair of cold, yet bewitching eyes. Well, she's not in any danger right now. I'm just worried that she's stuck too deep, and that it won't be easy to find her. Bai Yuyu nodded his head. I will enter the ring now. Now we have changed our name to Yu Yao Mountain Villa. We don't need the Dark Dragon Ring anymore. Qin Xiang told Bai Yuyu about this matter in a simple manner, and also told her how to enter. See 2545. See 2545. It's all right, although Meiyao and I are not inside. You still continue to use this name. It seems like you are still nostalgic. As Bai Yuyu entered the Yu Yao Mountain Villa, although there were a lot of changes, she could still find a sense of familiarity with it. That's because I haven't forgotten all of you. Qin Xiang curled his lips. Sister Yuyu, don't bully Hongqing and Xiangyin. They're both my servant girls. Don't worry, I'm not used to that. Bai Yuyu said, even though she hadn't seen Qin Xiang much during this period of time. She had heard quite a bit about Qin Xiang from Long Shui and Yuer, so she knew of their existence. Qin Xiang let out a long sigh, then left the Core Fire Palace. Although the change in Bai Yuyu was huge, Qin Xiang could still find a familiar feeling from her body. It was a good thing that Bai Yuyu had such a change. The previous Bai Yuyu spoke very little, and seemed somewhat eccentric, ice-cold, and emotionless. Even though the current Bai Yuyu was still cold, she talked a lot and her emotions could be seen from her eyes. This was probably because she had been in contact with many people over the years and was able to integrate with them, causing this kind of change for her. The current Bai Yuyu gave off a very cheerful feeling, which made Qin Xiang quite happy. Previously, he was still a little worried that Bai Yuyu's emotions would be sealed because of the ruthless magic he cultivated in the past, so he knew that she was fine now. Qin Xiang was heading towards the spirit wasteland at this time. He wanted to find Xia Beiling and ask him what the medicinal herbs he had obtained from the sacred Tao Mountains were all used for. On the way, he took out a piece of communication jade symbol paper and called over the natural law divine spirit. He waited for more than an hour before the natural law divine spirit arrived. What is it now? I'm very busy right now. When natural law divine spirit saw Qin Xiang, he asked anxiously. When Qin Xiang sent him a message, he said that he had something extremely important to ask of him. Do you know of the existence of the heaven poison divine spirit? Tell me, what kind of guy is this? Qin Xiang asked. He also wanted to help Bai Yuyu find Bai Ziqian quickly. Heaven poison divine spirit? You offended this B-A-S-T-A-R-D? When natural law divine spirit heard it, he was shocked, his face full of fear. No, quickly tell me about this guy. Qin Xiang could tell from natural law divine spirit's reaction how terrifying he was. That's true. If you had provoked him, you wouldn't be here talking to me right now. Natural law divine spirit wiped his sweat and laughed. You scared me to death. Natural law divine spirit also knew that Qin Xiang was an expert at causing trouble, so when he heard Qin Xiang asking about heaven poison divine spirit, he subconsciously thought that Qin Xiang had offended heaven poison divine spirit. Do you still remember the death poison from before? Of course, you can't blame her. After all, she listened to orders and the heavens, and out of all the GODS, the only one that hasn't weakened is her heavenly Tao, divine power. Natural law divine spirit said, I went to look for her help previously, but this old Tissy H rejected me back then. She's a woman? Qin Xiang asked. Is that so? She's not bad looking. What? You want to F-U-C-K her? Natural law divine spirit laughed. Just speak to me in private, but don't talk nonsense. She will take your life. Looks like you're an old B-A-S-T-A-R-D as well. Qin Xiang laughed. I'm not interested in her. Oh right, Why did you go up to her? Wasn't she supposed to exterminate these B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S called undead divine race? Then he told her to kill that group of black hairs human S along the way. But she insisted on it, saying that if she did it herself, there would be something even more terrifying that would happen. Anyway, she was looking for an excuse to reject me. This old B-I-T-C-H really remembers her grudges, and I was only scolding her a few times back then. Natural Law Divine Spirit shook his head and sighed. Otherwise, with her, many things can be resolved. Qinxiang was suddenly curious as to how Baiyu managed to find the Heaven Poison Divine Spirit, because at this moment he had a certain understanding of the Heaven Poison Divine Spirit. Although the Natural Law Divine Spirit described him as unbearable, he felt that the Heaven Poison Divine Spirit must have had some difficulties that caused them to not agree to the Natural Law Divine Spirit's request. The Natural Law Divine Spirit gave Qinxiang a feeling of always being a weak chicken and an idiot, so it was normal for him to be rejected. Oh, yeah, Devil Wasteland and Evil Wasteland won't be able to hold on for long. Are you guys ready? Natural Law Divine Spirit asked. No, isn't your Natural Law Divine Spirit doing something? Qinxiang asked. I already told you, it's already good that we can protect ourselves now that our strength has regressed. We have the power unique to the Natural Law Divine Spirit S. If that group of Natural Law Guardians S were to escape, they would definitely chase after us, because we were the ones who sealed them back then. Natural Law Divine Spirit smiled bitterly, so I will be missing for a period of time. I won't be seeing you again. To hide in the Earth's core, right? Qinxiang laughed. No. Natural Law Divine Spirit snorted. What else do you want to ask? Without me, I'm leaving. All right. Since you're going to hide, then give me all the good things you have. You don't need them anyway. Qinxiang said, I have already given you the best creation G. Oh, do well. What else do you want? We also need something to protect ourselves with. The Natural Law Divine Spirit laughed bitterly. Bring me a sword. It's best if it's one with a dense demonic energy. You have to be strong. Qinxiang extended his hand out to Natural Law Divine Spirit. I know you have it. What do you want this magic weapon for? Not giving. Natural Law Divine Spirit shook his head. Are you going to give it or not? If not, I will spread the news of you calling Heaven Poison Divine Spirit an old B-I-T-Z-H, and she will definitely hear about it. Qinxiang laughed sinisterly. You little B-A-S-T-A-R-D, forget it. Natural Law Divine Spirit kept cursing Qinxiang in his heart before taking out a long black box. The outside of the box was emitting a heavy demonic aura. Qinxiang took the box and asked, Do you know where the Heaven Poison Divine Spirit is? I wanted to talk to her about the death poison. You should know my impenetrable, so I'm not afraid of her. If you swear to D that you won't tell her where I am, I'll tell you where she is. The Natural Law Divine Spirit said. Qinxiang's body was extremely strange in his eyes. He actually wasn't afraid of the deadly poison. Even he didn't dare to touch it. All right, I swear it with poison. Qinxiang swore a venomous oath. The Natural Law Divine Spirit Pa-S set a black disc to Qinxiang, the needle pointing to her location. Of course, she wouldn't be in just one place. She's moving everywhere. And thank you very much. I will definitely praise you more when I see her. Qinxiang laughed. If I got lost, you won't be able to find me in the future. The Natural Law Divine Spirit said angrily, then disappeared in a flash. Just as Natural Law Divine Spirit left, Qinxiang brought Baiyu out. Sister Yu, this is for you. Although you have changed a lot over the years, the demonic energy on your body is still there. It should be suitable for you. Qinxiang threw it to Baiyu. This was something he had extorted from the Natural Law Divine Spirit, but felt that it was definitely good stuff. See 2546. See 2546 Bai Yu opened the wooden box, and a burst of demonic chi sneaked out. Bai Yu's eyes lit up and anxiously grabbed the black sword, only to see her hand suddenly bleeding, and the demon's sword was fusing with her. 6 demonic swords. This should be the heavenly Ji. Oh, D-weapon. Bai Yu was very satisfied. Then she gave a charming smile. You should extort more of that old fellow's things. Next time, someone like him will definitely live for a long time. There's plenty of time to extort money. Chun Xiang laughed. When I go to White Spirit City, find Sister Bai Ling and ask her some questions. I will go look for heaven poison, divine spirit. It just so happened that Bai Yu knew Qin Xiang was not afraid of death poison, so she didn't worry about him going to heaven poison, divine spirit. The most powerful thing about him was poison, and Qin Xiang wasn't afraid of poison, so heaven poison, divine spirit couldn't do him any harm. When Qin Xiang arrived at the White Spirit City, he discovered that the atmosphere was not right when he entered the White Spirit Palace. At that moment, he saw a child riding a white lion the size of a dog towards him. It was the Void Holy Man. Senior Kong, what's going on? Why is the atmosphere so tense? Qin Xiang anxiously asked. When he entered, he saw that many of the people here had ugly expressions. Their faces were filled with fear, and many Dao sect rankers were entering and exiting, as though they were patrolling. Something happened to Bai Ling. 2 black shadows rushed in and attacked her. Bai Ling is not in a good condition right now. She has fainted. Qin Yang and I are working together to stabilize her. Quick, take me to see her. Chun Xiang hurriedly said. Xia Bailing had a very good relations. H.I.+P with him, and could be said to be extremely close friends. Even a Dao sovereign like Xia Bailing would be injured like this. It could be seen how powerful the guy who sneaked an attack on him was. He could only see Xia Bailing being frozen inside a crystal coffin. When he saw Xia Bailing, he immediately realized that Xia Bailing had been poisoned. She's been poisoned, and it's a very terrifying poison. Qin Xiang frowned. This poison is not dead poison, but it's even scarier than death poison. Yes, we've all seen death poison before. Death poison shouldn't be able to cause a Dao Lord Bai Ling to become like this all of a sudden. Qin Yang sighed. Right now, I don't know what poison she is infected with, but it's impossible to cure it. What are the characteristics of this poison? Qin Xiang asked. Regenerate. Void said. This kind of poison does not rely on any energy to quickly multiply and replicate. This is the same as a drop of water turning into a large vat in a sealed S.P. AC. This is the terror of this poison. At present, we can only freeze it and not let it spread like this. The characteristic of the deadly poison was that it could swallow everything and increase its reproduction rate. Moreover, most of the other poisons needed to enter the body and spread through the flesh as energy. But now, the poison in Xia Bailing was so strange. He did not need any external force to be able to regenerate it. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or not. But just as he was about to look for the heaven poison divine spirit, he encountered such a terrifying poison. Could it have been done by the heaven poison divine spirit? Chun Xiang thought. Aside from this heaven poison divine spirit, he couldn't think of anyone else who had that kind of ability. Has Sister Bai Ling had a grudge with someone who uses poison before? Qin Xiang asked. No. Kong Kong shook his head. Can I take her now? Qin Xiang said, I know who will be able to cure her poison, but at that time I will need that person to personally see the poison. Our ice seal can only last for a year, so you must return within a year. Otherwise, it will be quite troublesome. Azure Sun said, Don't worry about the ice seal, I can also increase it. Qin Xiang said inside his 6 realms mirrors, there was an extremely strong ice sealing great formation. All right. Both Su Kong and Qin Yang agreed. They also knew that the relations H.I.+P between Qin Xiang and Qin Yang was very good, and Xia Beiling had often mentioned this to them. Now, Su Kong and Qingyang had frequently gone to the Heavenly Dragon City to talk with Long Jioxiao, so they had a lot of trust in Qinxiang. Qinxiang placed the frozen Xia Beiling into the serene jade ring, and then took out the black disc that the natural law divine spirit gave him. There was a pointer on it, and as long as he followed the pointer over there, he would be able to find the heaven poison divine spirit. Qinxiang left the White Spirit City and followed the direction of the finger formation to teleport there. Bai Yuyu looked at the frozen Xia Beiling in the Yu Yao mountain villa and said, "If it wasn't heaven poison divine spirit who did it, then who else could it be? I hope it's not her." Bai Yuyu was really worried that Qinxiang and the heaven poison divine spirit would clash. Plus Chu Hongqing and Yang Xiangyin were extremely worried for Xia Beiling at this time. They had interacted with Xia Beiling in the Yu Yao mountain villa for a period of time, and Xia Beiling had treated them very well. "Find her and you'll know," Qinxiang said. "It shouldn't be her. Sister Bai Ling was ambushed not long ago. That guy should be near White Spirit City, and I am already far away from there. I will be out of Spirit Wasteland very soon, but the direction of the needle hasn't changed. In other words, heaven poison divine spirit has always been in the same place." Qinxiang said, when natural law divine spirit had given him this disc before, the direction the needle pointed in had been the same as now. "Looks like there's someone else. Who could have such a powerful poison? Moreover, he must be very strong as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to succeed in ambush." Plussing Sister Bai Ling, Bai Yuyu said, "Only the experts above Sacred Wasteland can do it. The Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family above Sacred Wasteland has a group of despicable experts." Qinxiang said, "But Sister Bai Ling did not have any conflicts with them. I was the one who killed the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family a while ago, but they didn't know that I was the one who killed them." Although he didn't know who it was, Qinxiang was sure that he would find out. It wasn't just to help Xia Beiling take revenge. This kind of person was extremely dangerous in the wastelands. Very quickly, Qinxiang left the Spirit Wasteland, who was not inside the Spirit Wasteland. After 2 consecutive days of travel, Qinxiang arrived at a large desert. This desert occupied an extremely large area, as though it was limitless, but in the middle of the desert there was a very large region. There was also a city near the desert. When Qinxiang came to the city and asked around, he found out that the place was the Beast Wasteland. The Beast Wasteland of one of the ancient 8 desolations was actually here, and it had just been discovered not long ago. The Heaven Poison Divine Spirit is actually inside the Beast Wasteland. Qinxiang looked at the beautiful green mountain in front of him. This Beast Wasteland scenery was much better than the others. "Be careful. I heard that the Beast Wasteland is also a relatively powerful ancient desolate." Bai Yuyu said, "See 2547. See 2547," as he prepared to enter the Beast Wasteland. Qinxiang was quite looking forward to it. After all, this was a powerful ancient desolation. After stepping into the Beast Wasteland, Qinxiang took a deep breath and at the same time absorbed a large amount of Dao Qi. The Dao Qi here also has profound Tao power. Why don't the Spirit Wasteland have it? Qinxiang's eyes lit up. Maybe there are a lot of herbs here. Medicinal ingredients that contain profound Tao power were extremely useful, especially those high-grade ones. Of course, he already had profound fruit so if he was able to refine them into pills, it would definitely have a strong effect. Beast Wasteland should also be a very strong ancient desolation. Do they know anything about Black Hair's human? Bai Yuyu said, "If there is the power of the Beast Wasteland joining into this fight, that would still be pretty good. We can only find out from Heaven Poison Divine Spirit. Heaven Poison Divine Spirit must have been here for a long time. She should know about it." Qinxiang said as he took out the black disc, "I really want to find her quickly. That way, I can cure Sister Bai Ling's poison quickly. Chun Xiang sighed. Although he had the 3 Lotus Dan, he felt that he would definitely be unable to deal with the poison that Xia Beiling was currently infected with. Chun Xiang continued to teleport in that direction. After half a day, he reached a large but not tall mountain. He looked at the gigantic mountain in front of him, then looked at the disc in his hand. At this moment, the disc was shaking intensely. He felt that the heaven-poisoned divine spirit was probably inside the gigantic mountain. What's wrong? Is there danger ahead? Seeing that Qin Xiang did not move, Bai Yu asked. Yes, in front of us is a place where the beasts gather. The beasts here are different from the spirit wasteland. Qin Xiang already saw people flying out from a cave on the gigantic mountain. At the bottom of the mountain, there were many plaza and things like that. There were people walking around. This mountain should be a gathering place for beasts. I wonder if heaven-poisoned divine spirit is inside it? To confirm, Chen Xiang then walked a circle around the huge mountain. All the pointers were pointed at the huge mountain, and now he was sure that the heaven-poisoned divine spirit was inside. Along the way, he had teleported, so he did not encounter any beasts. He did not know what kind of strength the beasts in Beast Wasteland had. Seems like I can only sneak in and take a look. Chen Xiang took a deep breath, turned into a bird, and waited for a group of birds to fly past him. He then blended into the flock of birds and flew into the forest on the huge mountain in front of them. Soon he arrived at the giant mountain. He then transformed into a small bug and flew into one of the caves. After entering the cave, he found it to be very complicated, and he did not know how to proceed. Furthermore, the environment inside was not very good either. It was pitch black and humid. Not long after entering, Qin Xiang flew out and headed towards the peak. Heaven-poisoned divine spirit should be a very powerful existence, so they would be at a relatively high place. Arriving at the top, he saw a relatively large cave. After he flew in, there was light coming from the inside. There were a few rooms inside that were decorated quite warmly. It was obvious that these weren't ordinary beasts' residences. This is a man's cave. Bai Yu said, How do you know? Chun Xiang observed some more and asked, I am a woman, how could I not know? Although it looks neat and tidy, it doesn't have the slightest hint of a woman in it. Bai Yu said, Chun Xiang looked at it, and it truly did not feel like a woman's cave. Just as he was about to fly away, someone suddenly shouted, There is someone else in here! With that said, a stone room suddenly opened up. It was probably a secret room. The stone door was also relatively hidden. Qin Xiang did not see it earlier. A few men walked out of the stone room. They were all dressed in white and looked neat and tidy, as if they cared about what they wore. Qin Xiang wanted to teleport away, but he was suddenly trapped by something and turned black. It's a bug, but it's not an ordinary bug. This bug seems to have the scent of a human. Could it be a human? A man's voice was filled with surprise. Oh, we beasts want to cultivate to human form, but humans want to become these kinds of worms. This is truly strange. Another person laughed. Chen Xiang immediately used a spatial jump to jump out from the thing that enveloped him. At this moment, he also saw what it was. He's out. How did he do it? A man said in surprise as he looked at the flying mosquito. Qin Xiang immediately turned back into his human form and said, Seniors, please listen to my explanation. This little one came here to find someone and did not have any ill intentions, so I beg your forgiveness. It was also because Chen Xiang heard their conversation that he knew that these beasts did not have any ill intentions and were of the milder kind. He's really a human. This is the first time I've seen a human that can turn into a mosquito. Other than becoming a mosquito, can you become anything else? Turn into a bird and take a look. Qin Xiang was speechless. What these beasts were concerned about was actually this. All right, Chen Xiang was like a little bird, and then a black hawk, squirrel, and even a tiger. Formidable. What an eye-opener. to be able to change so many things. If it wasn't for my sharp nose, I really would not have been able to discern them. I can't tell. The white-robed men clapped and laughed. "Oh, right. Did you say you came here to look for someone? Who are you looking for?" "To find humans or beasts." A man with a bigger face asked. "Find a woman. She knows how to use poison, and she's right in this mountain." "Do you have this person here?" Qin Xiang asked. Hearing Chen Xiang's words, the men's faces all changed. "Of course there is. She is a very terrifying woman. You really must go and find her, and it might even die. Her place is filled with poison, and when I meet her again, I might accidentally get poisoned. It's very scary." A man said. "Yes, I'm sure I need to find her. I wonder if you brothers can take me there?" Qin Xiang hurriedly nodded. "That's not a problem, but we're only bringing you to the outside of that place. You'll need to go in later." Soon after, Qin Xiang followed the few of them into a passage. They arrived at the belly of the mountain, and it was deep underground. You follow this path all the way to the end where there is a stone door. If you push open the stone door and walk a short distance, you will be able to reach that place after opening the stone door. "Thank you, everyone." Chen Xiang cupped his hands towards them and then walked forward. Sure enough, he saw a stone door, and on top of the stone door, an ancient poison character was written. "Pus. H.I." Plussing open the thick stone door, there was another path in front. The stone door would automatically close, and then he would reach the second stone door. As long as he opened the stone door, he would be able to see heaven poison, divine spirit. See 2548. See 2548. Be careful. Prepare your defenses. Bai Yu said to Qin Xiang. Got it. Qin Xiang felt that the other party's greatest threat should be that kind of terrifying poison. At this time, he also planned to give it a try to see if he really had impenetrable pus. H.I. Plussing the stone door open, a faint fragrance drifted over. This fragrance was extremely strange and had a demonic charm that made it impossible for him to resist sucking greedily. He was completely unable to control himself as he sucked in a few mouthfuls. After he finished absorbing it, Qin Xiang finally realized that it was probably a type of extremely poisonous substance, but he did not feel any discomfort on his body. Inside was a very spacious and large stone room. It was also very high in height because there were some trees here. At the top of the room were many glowing stones that could brighten up the room. The door automatically closed with a bang sound. Qin Xiang looked behind him and wanted to open the stone door, but he was unable to. However, he was not worried. He still had spac energy to use. This huge stone room was like an indoor garden with many beautiful flowers, plants, and even the chirping of birds. Just when Qin Xiang was secretly praising the beauty of the place, he suddenly saw a black thing that was as thick as a bucket lying on the side of the stone room. Then he carefully looked at the surrounding corners. After taking a look, he began to sweat profusely because he saw many hairy and huge spiders. There were definitely a lot of poisonous insects and flowers. Is this a poisonous bird? Qin Xiang saw a purple bird. Although it was a poisonous bird, it looked much more pleasing to the eye than the centipede and spider. At this time, he definitely did not dare let Bai Yu escape. There was poison everywhere, and even if he did not deliberately release it, the poison in it would be extremely toxic. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Qin Xiang suddenly heard a voice. It was a very pleasant voice, light and beautiful. At this moment, he also saw a cyan-robed woman floating down from a tree. The cyan-robed woman was very beautiful, and she had a faint smile on her face. You are Heaven Poison Divine Spirit? Qin Xiang asked. How did you know I'm from the Heaven Poison Divine Spirit? Don't you know about the beasts on this mountain? Heaven Poison Divine Spirit was a little surprised. She had a small bird in her hand, looking round and cute. Before Qin Xiang came here, he had already fantasized about what the old bee Tizzy he heard from the natural law divine spirit sounded like. He had thought that she would be ice cold, or perhaps be one of those very beautiful or ferocious, but he had never thought that she was such a gentle and sweet lady. He wanted to curse the natural law divine spirit very much, to actually say that this kind of woman is an old bee. I have a friend who is infected with a powerful poison. Can you help me take a look? Chun Xiang immediately asked. He did not want to talk about Bai Ziqin first. He was worried that the heaven poison divine spirit might dislike him. You're pretty amazing. To think that you would be fine after coming in. Heaven poison divine spirit smiled slightly. If it was anyone else, they would have long been lying on the ground, but I will rescue them. Although the legends say that I am a scary person here, but no one has ever died here. Qin Xiang laughed. I heard that you are also very scary, but I didn't expect you to be so gentle and beautiful. Heaven poison divine spirit laughed. You know that I'm heaven poison divine spirit, and you even said that I'm gentle and beautiful. This is the first time I've met them. Some guys call me AB, ITCH, an old B, ITCH or something like that. This. You know. Chun Xiang laughed dryly. Are you not angry? Why should I be angry? Wouldn't being angry be making things difficult for me? Wouldn't that be making things difficult for him? If others were to scold me, they would definitely hate me, which is why they scolded me. However, if they hated me, they would hold a grudge in their hearts. They were the ones who were injured. I am fine. Heaven poison divine spirit smiled sweetly. Is your friend here? I'll go with you to take a look. Chun Xiang did not expect this heaven poison divine spirit to be completely different from what he imagined. I've got it on me. Chun Xiang immediately took Xia Bailing out from the crystal box and placed him on the ground. Seeing Xia Bailing's expression, heaven poison divine spirit immediately frowned. What a powerful poison! What poison is this? This kind of poison can reproduce itself and does not rely on any external force. Qin Xiang asked. This is called the Heaven's Divination Poison. Only the undead divine race can refine it. Of course, only the most powerful undead divine race would be able to refine such a pill. At the very least, it would require a Tao sovereign to be strong enough to refine it. Heaven Poison Divine Spirit said, Your friend is also very strong. He is a Tao Lord. Otherwise, she would have died a long time ago. It's actually undead divine race. Chun Xiang clenched his fists. The strongest member of the undead divine race is only a Tao sovereign and is unable to become a Tao Ji. OD. This is set by the heavenly Tao, but once they combine with a person called Red Spirit Race, they can break through and become a powerful Tao Ji. The Heaven Poison Divine Spirit said. And such a powerful Heaven's divination poison can only be refined by an undying Tao God. If it was refined by a Tao sovereign, it wouldn't be as powerful. Senior Sky Poison, can you cure this poison? Sister Bai Ling is my good friend. Chun Xiang asked quickly. That's not a problem. It's just that it will take some time. You don't have to worry about that. I've tried to cure you of this poison before. Heaven Poison Divine Spirit chuckled. Come, carry your friend and follow me. Heaven Poison Divine Spirit had already melted the ice that sealed Xia Bailing, and she had even placed a black pellet into Xia Bailing's mouth. Chun Xiang carried Xia Bailing and followed the Heaven Poison Divine Spirit into a small hut. Put her in this tub. Heaven Poison Divine Spirit pointed to a large bathtub. After Chun Xiang placed Xia Bailing inside, he saw that the water inside the basin had suddenly turned black, shocking him. All right, she'll be fine after a while. Heaven Poison Divine Spirit smiled at Chun Xiang. Let's go out. We will still need some time. Chun Xiang nodded, looked at the sleeping Xia Bailing, and then followed the Heaven Poison Divine Spirit outside. Your body is very special. You aren't afraid of any poison at all. Heaven Poison Divine Spirit made Chun Xiang sit beside a stone table, Then he pinched Chen Xiang's fingers and squeezed to squeeze out a drop of blood. It's not like I'm not afraid of any poison at all. I was almost killed by a poison in the past. Chen Xiang laughed bitterly. Oh, was it when you cultivated this impenetrable body that was poisoned? Heaven poison divine spirit frowned slightly, as if she was thinking about it. She felt that it was somewhat impossible. What poison is that? Love poison. What sort of poison emperor's lotus that nearly poisoned me? What's funny is that I am still that poison emperor's lotus lover's lover. Chun Xiang said. LV Qinlian was transformed from the emperor poison lotus. The poison was really scary. Heaven poison divine spirit patted his brain and laughed. I'm so stupid. I actually forgot there's this poison. There are very few emperors of love, poison. Are you Ziqian's friend? You came here to find Ziqian? I heard from Ziqian that she has a very close relations. H.I. plus P with the spirit demon that the poison emperor lotus turned into. Yes, I was just looking for Sister Ziqian, but my friend was poisoned, so I brought him over. Is Sister Ziqian here? Chun Xiang asked. He felt that Bai Yuyu's worries were unnecessary. Bai Yuyu also felt that this heaven poison divine spirit was completely different from what she imagined. Previously, she was very worried that Bai Ziqian would mislead her. See 2549. See 2549. The heaven poison divine spirit laughed. Ziqian has already promised me that after a while he would go and call the poison emperor to come here to cultivate. I didn't expect that you would come. Don't worry about Ziqian. She's living good life here. She went out to gather poison now. Her sister sent me to find her, to take her back, for fear she might learn something bad here. Chun Xiang smiled and said, Looks like there's no need to worry, because you are completely different from what she imagined. What a good sister. She cares so much about her sister. Heaven poison divine spirit smiled gently. You can tell Ziqian's sister not to worry at all. She's mainly worried that Sister Ziqian will learn how to use the deadly poison, and then go out and randomly use it. Chun Xiang said, because the threat of that black hair's human is very big. She was worried that Big Sister would blindly use the strong death poison for her goal. It's not like that. The death poison cannot be used carelessly. Even I am unable to use it without the permission of the heavenly energy. Saying this, heaven poison divine spirit sighed helplessly. I also know how terrifying the death poison is, but I had no choice. Under the orders of the heavenly Tao, I killed many creatures. Must we kill him? Chun Xiang thought about what Xia Beiling had experienced, and he decided not to tell Xia Beiling about it. It was because the city that Xia Beiling was on had been invaded by the death poison, and was also the island that his father was on. Heaven poison divine spirit shook his head. Once I sense that those groups of people will affect the balance of the heavenly Tao, I will lose control and spread the death poison. That process is not something that I can decide myself, so I can only watch as many creatures die in my hands. Speaking of this matter, Chun Xiang saw that heaven poison divine spirit's beautiful eyes were filled with grief. The heavens created me. They should have set me up to be a ruthless divine spirit, but they only made me sentimental. They even forced me to do many cruel things to make me endure the pain of my heart. The matter of the heaven poison divine spirit was extremely sad. Is there no way to change it? Chun Xiang frowned. Right now, those black hairs human are also a great threat to this land. But why haven't you received orders to kill them? Heaven poison divine spirit shook his head. It is not as simple as you think. Black hairs human was created by the heavenly Tao in the first place. It was the power of the heavenly Tao. Although something changed later on, it was still the heavenly Tao's own power. Senior Sky Poison. Did you remember that my father was attacked by the death poison before on an island that could jump back and forth? Chun Xiang asked. Heaven poison divine spirit immediately lowered her head and bit her lower lip before lightly nodding her head. She didn't dare face Qin Xiang. It's fine. My father isn't dead. Qin Xiang laughed. Really? The heaven-poisoned divine spirit was delighted and asked, Really, but a lot has happened since then. They went underground. Qin Xiang never thought that the heaven-poisoned divine spirit would feel so guilty, so she did not plan to tell him about Xia Beiling's destruction of the city in case she felt sad. Of course, she wouldn't tell Xia Beiling that she was saved by the heaven-poisoned divine spirit. At that time, both parties would definitely suffer. Why should the island be punished? Qin Xiang asked. There has been a change on that island, and it has created an ability that allows a large number of plants to grow quickly. This is completely against the rules of the natural law principles, so it was destroyed, but the island cannot be blamed for that. After all, this is the Heavenly Tao's mistake. If not for the change in the Heavenly Tao's power, the special power of the island would not have been birthed. In order to make up for this mistake, the Heavenly Tao is cruel. You should be able to understand that. Qin Xiang understood, of course, that in order to maintain a balance, the Heavenly Tao would be extremely cruel, such as exterminating the 3 great native bank who had been working for the Heavenly Tao for many years. Now that the Heavenly Tao has gone out of control, all sorts of things can happen. I just hope that I don't have to do any more of the things that I don't want to do. I've already done this many times. The heaven-poison, divine, spirit side. There must be a way out of this destiny. Qin Xiang said, I have a wife. She naturally understands the power of the curse. I feel that your current fate is like a curse. Maybe she has a way? Is this true? People who are born with the ability to use curses are against the heavens. But they won't be punished because she knows how to use the power of curses to change the curses of fate. Heaven-poisoned divine spirit suddenly became excited. Maybe I can get her to help me. No problem, she's a good person. She will definitely do her best to help you. Qin Xiang laughed. Oh, that's right, you should have a name, right? I always call you Sky Poison. It's unpleasant to the ears. Of course there is. I chose that name myself, Du Shaoling. Du Shaoling smiled sweetly. Is that nice to listen to? Poison G. Oh, Du Shaoling. It's pretty close, of course it's nice. Qin Xiang laughed, then looked at the little house and muttered, Elder sister Shaoling, if big sister Bai Ling wakes up, don't tell her too many things. After Qin Xiang finished speaking, he was somewhat regretful. This was because Du Shaoling was extremely intelligent and very sensitive as well. Why not? Du Shaoling asked softly, Are you afraid that I will scare her? She is a Tao Lord after all. She has been poisoned before, so there will be shadows. And you using such a strong poison will definitely scare her away. Qin Xiang casually found an excuse. You're lying. Du Shaoling scoffed. Hurry up and tell me why you can't tell her. I have a hunch that there must be another reason. Qin Xiang was in a bit of a difficult situation. That's not the reason. I just don't want to touch on some of her sad thoughts. After Du Shaoling heard this, she lowered her head and sighed. And I know. Can you tell me when she encountered the deadly poison? When Du Shaoling was forced to attack by the Heavenly Tao, he used deadly poison. Everyone in that city is born with the power of law. Qin Xiang said. Du Shaoling's eyes suddenly filled with tears as she sobbed softly. Qin Xiang didn't know how to comfort her either. She is that little girl. Even I was unable to save her back then. Du Shaoling sobbed. Maybe this is the arrangement of fate. If you did not help her cure the poison, she might have died, so don't feel guilty. Elder sister Shao Ling Qin Xiang consoled. Although Qin Xiang said that, Du Shaoling still cried for a long time. After crying for a while, she felt better, even though she was a G. Oh, D that had lived for a long time, but right now, she looked like a sentimental girl. C. 2550. C. 2550 after Du Shaoling finished crying. Her eyes were slightly red. Seeing a man crying like that made Du Shaoling a little shy. She slightly lowered her head and wiped her tears away. You must be joking. Du Xiaoling said in a low voice. It's fine, I can understand it. It's fine as long as you've cried. Chun Xiang laughed. I will leave Sister Bai Ling with you right now. I will bring my wife here and let her see if she can help you remove your control over the heavens. Amen. Ziqian is back. I will make her wait for you here. I will take good care of Bai Ling. Du Xiaoling hurriedly nodded, looking just like a cute little girl. Chun Xiang left the beast wasteland and returned to the hundreds of flowers village. Heaven poison divine spirit is not a thing. He actually called a girl like that old man. Chun Xiang despised natural law divine spirit very much. Now he felt that the heaven poison divine spirit was extremely pitiful. She herself was a kind-hearted person, but being forced to do evil things and kill people, no matter how he looked at it, this was just like a kind curse. Du Xiaoling could not commit suicide either. She could not even die here, and just thinking about it made Chun Xiang feel extremely sad. At the same time, he felt that the heavenly Tao was extremely heartless. Chun Xiang returned to the hundreds of flowers village very quickly. At the moment, Su Yuqing was discussing with Lu Menger and the others how to set up the cursed slaughtering formation. Even the little naughty dragon, this lazy guy, is so excited to train. How rare! Chun Xiang was currently in a garden. Yue and Shui Bingyan were also there. Shui Bingyan and Xiao Jiner were currently stepping on nectar in the flowers. Even though the two girls had very charming appearances, they were kind of pure girls that were as beautiful as water. Jiner, you are the undying D of war in the undead divine race. Do you have any thoughts of fighting? Chun Xiang looked at Xiao Jiner's charming and beautiful face and could not help but touch it. Xiao Jiner shook his head and said, No, my mother asked me to, but I don't know why I'm fighting, but I feel a surge of power. My mother brought me to see Yuer's grandmother. She taught me how to use this power. Yuer's grandmother was currently the patriarch of Heavenly Dragon City, and Yuer had mentioned to her that her grandmother was currently thinking of a way to deal with that undead divine race who had fallen into depravity. Although he had a strong power, he did not need to do things that he did not like to do, unlike Du Xiaoling, the heaven-poisoned divine spirit. Jiner, what's your mother doing now? Xiao Jiner asked. Xiao Jiner's mother was an imperial concubine Lian, and she was born and bred using the undead divine race's special ability, so her background was very special. She and Sister Yulan are together. They are all part of the warg. Oh, D-team right now, so I rarely see them. Xiao Jiner picked the flowers as she spoke. Xiao Yulan, Xiao Hongke, imperial concubine Lian, and the others were originally together. Chun Xiang started to think about Xiao Baifeng and little Lizzie. The two of them had the same personality and the same looks as them. He only wanted to tease them. He felt that this kind of woman was especially fun to tease. Shui Bingyan and Xiao Jiner would pinch their faces from time to time. They too felt that this was a sign of concern. In their eyes, Chun Xiang was their very dear brother. Little scoundrel, what business do you have with me? Su Yuqing had finished busying herself. She knew that Chun Xiang was here. She had heard Chun Xiang and Shui Bingyan's laughter from far away. Are you going to be busy next? Chun Xiang asked. Is it important? Su Yuqing said, Not too busy. Then come with me for a few days. Chun Xiang wanted to bring Su Yuqing to find Du Xiaoling. All right. Su Yuqing walked over, smiled at Shui Bingyan and the others, and then patted their faces. Remember to leave a portion for me when making the fruit juice for the snacks. Don't let those gluttons finish it. Got it, Sister Yuqing. Xiao Jiner hurriedly nodded and smiled sweetly at Su Yuqing. Long Shui and Mu Qianxiang were both very edible eaters. Upon hearing Su Yuqing's words, Chun Xiang immediately thought of these two weirdos. Su Yuqing entered the Yao Mountain Villa and saw Bai Yu there. He could not help but be shocked. Yu, you're here too. Su Yuqing smiled at Bai Yu. She had stayed in hundreds of flowers village for such a long time, so she naturally knew how important Bai Yu and Su Meiyao were to her. However, later on, she heard rumors that Bai Yuyu and Qin Xiang were very rarely together. It had been a long time, and they had not gotten into that kind of intimate relations. Hi plus P. But she had heard Su Meiyao say that he would kiss Bai Yuyu on the mouth. Yeah, I originally wanted him to help me find my sister, but now that I've almost found her, something happened and I need your help. Bai Yuyu said, and she revealed a cold and beautiful smile to Su Yuqing. After that, Bai Yuyu told Su Yuqing about Du Shaoling. I have to go and find out whether or not I can help her. I hope so. What a pitiful woman. After Su Yuqing came to understand the situation, he also sympathized with her. Yu, your sister seems to be more solitary than you. No wonder you are so worried about her all day. Su Yuqing said, although Sister Qinlian is also using poison, but Sister Qinlian's poison is contained and her poison can easily leak out. That's why she stayed away from us, worried that she would harm us. Su Yin said in a low voice. Bai Yuyu sighed lightly. The reason she is following Heaven Poison Divine Spirit in cultivation now should be because she wants to change this situation. Even so, I have always treated her as a good sister. She will forever be a member of our hundreds of Flowers Village. Su Yuqing laughed. Thank you. Bai Yuyu had gotten along well with the girls in the hundreds of Flowers Village, and now that they had met, Qin Xiang could tell. Yuyu, your big sister Ziqian doesn't like this little scoundrel, right? When I asked Ziqian about the little scoundrel last time, she was very responsive. Su Yuqing asked, Of course not. My sister is on good terms with that little scoundrel. Bai Yuyu laughed sinisterly. Many of the women in hundreds of Flowers Village may not know, but even if they do, they will not say much. Because my sister has a weird temper, I am worried that I will anger her. What? Ziqian actually has a very good relations. I plus P with that little scoundrel. Su Yuqing did not know about this matter. She had even thought that she knew a lot about the things in hundreds of Flowers Village. However, she did know that the relations I plus P between LV Qinlian and Yue was very good, and Yue had said so because the poison in LV Qinlian's body was extremely effective on Qin Xiang. Although they were chatting at Yu Yao Mountain Villa, they had sealed themselves so that Qin Xiang wouldn't be able to hear them. That was why Qin Xiang didn't know about the two girls talking about him. Qin Xiang had already arrived at Du Xiaoling's residence. C. 2551. C. 2551. Elder sister, Xiaoling. Qin Xiang spent approximately 2 days before returning. Well, where's your wife? Du Xiaoling looked at Qin Xiang and asked. Qin Xiang laughed. Elder sister Xiaoling, do you have poison in this place? I'm worried that she won't be able to take it, so I'll check to see if it's safe. Du Xiaoling hurriedly nodded, then closed her eyes and carefully sensed the surroundings of her small courtyard. Only after she confirmed that there was no poison did she nod her head, and then gently smiled. Even if she was poisoned, I can quickly cure it. Bai Ling will recover very quickly, and it should still be a few more days. Yu Qing, Sister Yu, you can come out now. Qin Xiang let Su Yuqing and Bai Yuyu out. Du Xiaoling recognized Bai Yuyu, but he didn't know that he was Su Yuqing. They were both girls, so it wasn't difficult for them to get to know each other. Qin Xiang, on the other hand, was wandering around to see the poison inside. Little scoundrel, come here. Su Yuqing shouted. Qin Xiang was playing with a black, venomous cat demon, and when he heard Su Yuqing call him, he immediately ran over. What is it? I am preparing to enter the elder sister, Xiaoling. I need some peace and quiet, and I cannot be disturbed. Su Yuqing said, are you confident you can help elder sister Xiaoling get rid of the heavenly energy that is imprisoning her? Qin Xiang asked. I can't be sure yet. I'll have to check carefully before I know. At this time, Su Yuqing's face was extremely solemn. You could tell that the thing she was about to do next was definitely dangerous. Qin Xiang nodded his head, then maintained silence with Bai Yuyu, maintaining his vigilance against the surroundings, preventing anything from coming over. After all, Du Shaoling had a lot of poisonous materials here. Du Shaoling and Su Yuqing clasped their hands together. The two girls had their eyes closed and were extremely quiet. Chen Xiang did not know how they were progressing and could only wait patiently. Very quickly, several hours passed. They were still sitting like this. Suddenly, Chen Xiang heard the door opening. Both he and Bai Yuyu immediately became cautious. Sister Yuyu, stay here. I'll go take a look. After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he teleported to the stone door, only to see a woman dressed in black tight clothes walking in. The girl had a long braid hanging on her well-developed chest, with a purple hook at the end. Her face was cold and charming, with purple lines on it, and her eyes shone with a purple light. She was Bai Ziqian, Sister Ziqian. Qin Xiang laughed. You're back. Qin Xiang, why are you here? Bai Ziqian was extremely shocked and immediately asked, Are you all right? Qin Xiang made a hush gesture, then said in a low voice, It's fine. Elder Sister Shaoling and the others are doing very important things. We need to keep it quiet. Bai Yuyu originally wanted to come over, but the place was filled with poison, so she could only stay where she was. Why are you guys here? You don't trust me, do you? After all, Bai Ziqian was Bai Yuyu's big sister. Seeing Chen Xiang here, she could already guess what would happen. Yes, but now we are relieved, and I brought Sister Bai Ling here to treat the poison. Qin Xiang said, Sister Bai Ling was poisoned by the sky spill poison. Only the elder sister Shaoling can cure her. This meant that Chen Xiang and Qin Xiang were getting along quite well. When she saw Chen Xiang previously, she was worried that he would poison her. Hee, I come from the impenetrable. There's no F*** problem coming to this place. Qin Xiang laughed. Humph, it's been so long since I've seen you, but you're still the same as ever. Bai Ziqian snorted lightly, then walked with Qin Xiang over to where Bai Yuyu was. Bai Yuyu told Bai Ziqian about helping him. Of course, Bai Ziqian knew about what happened to Du Shaoling. She did not know that Su Yuqing could help him. So even though she was still in the Hundreds of Flowers village, she rarely interacted with the women of the Hundreds of Flowers village. At the very most, she only interacted with LV Qinlian, and she did not even see Bai Yuyu often. How is it? Have you managed to control your poison well? Bai Ziqian asked. Previously, Bai Ziqian had obtained the inheritance of an ancient poison ji, Odi King, so he had cultivated that kind of poison technique. Back then, it was also because she had received the inheritance of the ancient poison ji, D King, that she had fallen into a deadly situation. At that time, Qin Xiang had risked his life to save her, and it was precisely because of that she had buried the feelings of adoration towards Chen Xiang deep within her heart. It's much better now. It's mainly because my cultivation and mental state are not enough. Yet I have to control such a powerful poison. My strength doesn't follow my heart, so I often lose control. Bai Ziqian sighed. Let me touch it. See if it's a little fat or not. Qin Xiang immediately extended her hand out and pinched Bai Ziqian's jade face. Bai Ziqian coldly glared at Qin Xiang. After all, Bai Yu was here, and Du Shaoling and Su Yuqing were at the side. Sis, is your poison effective against those black hairs human S? Bai Yu asked. It worked. Master told me. Bai Ziqian looked at Du Shaoling. Du Shaoling was her master. Sister Ziqian, are you afraid of the sky spill poison? Qin Xiang asked. I don't know. I've only heard it from Master once, and I've never seen it with my own eyes. But I'm going to go see Sister Bai Ling back then. When Xia Bailing entered the Hundreds of Flowers village, it was extremely lively. After all, Xia Bailing was very mischievous, jumping up and down with Long Shui and the other mischievous beings. Qin Xiang and Bai Ziqian entered the small house. While Bai Yuyu stayed behind, she did not dare to walk around carelessly, especially in the small house, where there was the qi of the heavens divination, which Du Shaoling had mentioned before. Bai Ziqian walked to the door and already felt the aura of the sky spill poison and frowned. She glanced at Chen Xiang, but Chen Xiang was completely fine. Looks like this poison still can't deal with you. Your body is truly special. I'm afraid only Qinlian's love poison is effective against you. The only one that can deal with you in this world is Qinlian's love poison. Bai Ziqian said as he walked into the small hut. Bai Ziqian saw Xia Beiling lying in the bathtub. The water in the bathtub was very black and thick. It was like ink. The sky spill poison is very scary, but it has already been absorbed and digested by the poisonous water that Master refined. Sky spill poison is very scary, but right now it has already been absorbed and digested by the poisonous water that Master refined. Bai Ziqian used her jade hand to gently touch the thick black water and exclaimed, "The heaven's divination poison is truly terrifying." Bai Ziqian was frowning as he looked at Bai Ziqian. Suddenly, Qin Xiang came to her back and hugged her. Bai Ziqian's delicate body trembled, and then she channeled all the energy in her body, wanting to struggle free from Qin Xiang. However, just as she was about to release her power, she retracted it back. "Sister Ziqian, all of these years you must have been tough, right?" Qin Xiang asked gently. Bai Ziqian turned around, looked into Qin Xiang's deep emotional eyes, and then nodded. Because of her, not to mention men, she didn't even dare to approach a woman. That kind of loneliness had tortured her for many years, and Chen Xiang could understand as well. Qin Xiang faintly smiled, then hugged Bai Ziqian. Bai Ziqian also hugged Qin Xiang tightly, feeling Qin Xiang's heartbeat. The two of them gazed at each other with deep love, and before they knew it, they had started kissing. C. 2552. C. 2552 by Yu also didn't know why Qin Xiang and Bai Ziqian had been inside for so long. She could only wait. Finally, she waited for more than 4 hours before Qin Xiang and Bai Ziqian came out. Bai Yu understood Qin Xiang and Bai Ziqian very well, and could be said to be the person who understood Bai Ziqian and Bai Yu the most. Seeing Chen Xiang's happy and contented appearance, and seeing how although Bai Ziqian's gaze was cold and elegant, his cheeks were slightly red and tender, she immediately understood something. "You too." Bai Yu couldn't help but laugh. "There's really something you guys are here for." "Humph, even women do these kinds of things. What's so funny about that?" Bai Ziqian gave a light snort. "Didn't you yourself do the same in the past?" "She has never experienced it before." Qin Xiang laughed. "Really?" Bai Ziqian laughed complacently and said while looking at Bai Yu, "Looks like I got ahead of you." "Seriously, after being with this kid for so long, you actually didn't do anything like that." Bai Yu scoffed and said, "You guys truly do not know shame. There's even Big Sister Bai Ling lying inside. She fainted, she didn't know." Qin Xiang laughed. "D-A-M-N, you little scoundrel." Bai Yu scoffed. She did not expect Qin Xiang to actually F-U-C-K her elder sister in this kind of place at this time. She actually knew about the feelings Bai Ziqian had for Qin Xiang, but she definitely didn't think that they would develop so quickly. She felt that she still wasn't clear about Bai Ziqian, but she was actually taken over by Chen Xiang that easily. However, she thought about it and felt that it was more acceptable. After all, Bai Ziqian was covered in poison, and Qin Xiang had helped Bai Ziqian multiple times without fear of poison, and she had even saved him at all. As long as Qin Xiang took the initiative, it would only be a matter of time before she was captured. Qin Xiang smiled as he looked at Bai Yu. He knew that Bai Yu would be his sooner or later. "Little scoundrel, what are you thinking about?" She understood Qin Xiang very well. With just a glance from Qin Xiang, she could already tell what he was thinking. How much longer do they need? I wonder if they can succeed. Bai Ziqian looked at Du Shaoling very worried. Du Shaoling was her master, and whether or not she could act like a normal person in the future all depended on Du Shaoling. Of course, when she was dealing with Chen Xiang just now, she had gained a lot from it. She felt that she had better control over the poison in her body now, but she was still lacking a little. Right now, her mood had greatly improved. After all, she no longer felt lonely. She was not like before, enduring loneliness all day and feeling depressed all day. This kind of life had been going on for many years. Seeing that Bai Ziqian had become cheerful, Bai Yu was secretly happy for Bai Ziqian as well. She had experienced Bai Ziqian's misfortune before, especially after she had dispersed the ruthless magic. It will succeed, Bai Yu said. At this time, Chan Xiang had nothing to do, so he took out the pill furnace to concoct the pills. He was currently refining H.I. plus Padan S. He wanted to take the opportunity to concoct more S. H.I. plus Padan S for Bai Ziqian. With Du Xiaoling's help, Bai Ziqian's Daopa realm could be raised quickly. Chun Xiang wanted her to be faster, so she would have to stay here for a while longer. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. Su Yuqing and Du Xiaoling tightly held onto their 10 fingers, without moving at all. But while concocting the pills, Qin Xiang suddenly felt pain on his waist. Bai Yu and Bai Ziqian were also suddenly shocked, because they suddenly saw a white figure standing beside Qin Xiang. The white shadow that suddenly appeared beside Qin Xiang was precisely Xia Beiling, and she was currently pinching the flesh on his waist. Little scoundrel, you actually did that when I was lying in there. You're so bad. Xia Beiling scoffed, her face red. Xia Beiling actually knew about it. After Bai Ziqian heard this, her cold and charming face suddenly flushed red, and she lowered her head, not daring to raise it up. After all, there were people watching the entire scene from the side. Of course, she did not know that Chu Hongqing and Yang Xiangyin were also aware of this matter. I was wrong, She. Qin Xiang said softly. Even though it was very painful, he did not dare cry out. I'll teach you a lesson next time. Xia Beiling scoffed, then looked at Du Xiaoling. She stared at her beautiful face with a complicated expression and sighed. Although Xia Beiling had fainted due to poison, she seemed to be able to know about what was happening in the outside world. Thus, she knew about the conversation between Qin Xiang and Du Xiaoling outside very clearly. Du Xiaoling was the heaven-poisoned divine spirit who had spread the deadly poison in her city all those years ago. It wasn't her. The heavenly Tao did it to us. Xia Beiling let out a long sigh. She is innocent, and she blamed herself for so many years for no reason at all. Qin Xiang was a little worried just now, but after hearing Xia Beiling's words, he became more relaxed. Sister Bailing, you are truly open-minded. Qin Xiang laughed. Don't laugh. Although I'm open-minded, I still hold a grudge. Just you wait. Xia Beiling glared fiercely at Qin Xiang. When she was poisoned, she was lying there detoxifying, and Qin Xiang was actually doing something at the side. She was very angry just thinking about it. Sister Bailing, weren't you poisoned? How can you still feel it? Qin Xiang asked in a low voice. I am a Tao sovereign, and I know how to use spatial power. I have long used spatial power to separate my divine sense-see. My divine sense-see is still functioning normally. If there is no hope, my divine sense will separate from my body and rebuild it, although it will become much weaker. But in the future, I can still become a Tao sovereign. Xia Beiling patted Qin Xiang's head again. Seeing how much you care about me, I will forgive you this time. After Xia Beiling was poisoned, he suddenly came over, and she was very concerned about him. However, she was very touched, so when she thought back to it, she felt that she could forgive Qin Xiang. Bai Yu saw Bai Ziqian's lowered head. Her jade face flushed red. She was extremely embarrassed, said, and could not help but chuckle. Serves you right. Forget it. I'll forgive you all. Xia Beiling laughed, then said, Ziqian, you have been here for a period of time. You must know a lot about here. Quickly take me to take a look. It's rare to see such poison, and it's being raised by the heaven-poisoned divine spirit. Xia Beiling was already holding on to Bai Ziqian's hand as he hopped towards those beautiful flowers, and there were even many beautiful turflies fluttering about. She's really lively. Bai Yu held her cheeks and watched Xia Beiling run around in the flowers. Yeah, it seems like my previous worries were unnecessary. Qin Xiang was also very pleased. His heart was indeed like a child's. And Bai Yu also nodded. Bai Ziqian had no choice but to play with her. She wasn't too worried that Xia Beiling would get infected by the poison, as both she and Du Xiaoling could be cured of the poison. C. 2553. C. 2553. Qin Xiang and Bai Yu were completely stunned. Not only did Xia Beiling ride the centipede to play, he even jumped around on top of a few big furry spiders and treated a venomous bird as a horse. www.xstxt.org. Xia Beiling also knew that he had to keep this place quiet, so he created a spatial enchantment to prevent her voice from coming over. Qin Xiang and Bai Yu looked at each other and laughed helplessly. Qin Xiang, I need your help. Su Yuqing suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was gloomy. All right, how can I help? Qin Xiang asked anxiously. Can your soul-absorbing devil spell absorb souls? Or is it a power hidden within the soul? Su Yuqing asked. Yes, you want me to use the soul-absorbing devil spell. Qin Xiang asked. Right now, I have already dispersed the power of the heavenly Tao incantation that is imprisoning the soul of the elder sister Xiaoling, and have separated it from the soul of the elder sister Xiaoling. However, that power is too much, and it fills the entire divine sensi. If we do not take them away, the elder sister Xiaoling will be in a terrible state, and she herself will not be able to resist this power. She will have to rely on external force. Qin Xiang looked at Bai Yu and then asked, Sister Yu, you also understand soul-absorbing devil spell. Can the two of us go together? Of course you can. That would be for the best and would allow you to quickly remove the power of the curse decree. Su Yuqing said, You just need to sense the divine sense CS. I have already agreed to allow your powers into her divine sense CS. Bai Yu nodded at Qin Xiang. I'm already prepared. Our divine soul will enter, and we will immediately use the soul-absorbing devil spell inside. This way we can more quickly absorb the energy. Qin Xiang said, Let me ask Elder Sister Xiaoling, can we directly enter with our divine soul? She said she could, but she must be careful when she goes in, because the heavenly energy is very tyrannical inside, and it is not controlled by Elder Sister Xiaoling. My divine soul must be very careful inside, and Elder Sister Xiaoling's divine soul is also hiding right now. Su Yuqing said. Qin Xiang and Bai Yu pressed their palms against Du Xiaoling's back, then said their farewells to Bai Ziqian and Xia Beiling, telling them to protect their backs well and not to be disturbed. Xia Beiling also quieted down at this time and came beside Qin Xiang and the others. Qin Xiang and Bai Yu's divine soul had already entered Du Xiaoling's divine sense world, and it was a mess inside. However, Qin Xiang could still roughly see that Du Xiaoling's divine sense world was in a very simple and beautiful world. There were blue skies and green hills, and there would occasionally be some flowers. But now there were many dark gray clouds drifting around in the blue sky. It was still raining heavily, and the rain was very dirty. The green S was dyed a dark gray after being watered by the rain. After the rain stopped, a strong wind blew, bringing with it a gray dust cloud. Amidst the strong wind, there was also a clump of sand. Are all these heavens law charms? At this time, Qin Xiang and Bai Yu were holding hands and flying around due to the strong winds, and it was impossible for them to stop. Yes, the heavenly energy curse is extremely tyrannical, and the heavenly energy curse accounts for too much grievance. Now that it has separated from the elder sister Xiaoling's soul, it wants to pollute the world of the elder sister Xiaoling, Su Yuqing said. Sister Yu, let's begin. Qin Xiang said as he operated the soul-absorbing devil spell. Qin Xiang and Bai Yu felt the murky soul power inside, so they operated the soul-absorbing devil spell together. They quickly absorbed it and discharged it from their bodies. Chunxiang took out the chuangs. Hi plus G, D furnace, and poured all of the turbid heavenly energy he released into the chuangs. Hi plus G, D furnace, burning it and refining it. So many. Chunxiang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise after he continuously absorbed for more than 2 hours. Because even though there wasn't much reduction in the absorption process, he still went ahead and absorbed as much as he could without decreasing in the slightest. It seems this will take a long time. Su Yuqing sighed. I didn't think it would be so much. Looks like there's only one way. Chunxiang said, Sister Yu, you can leave first. Leave this to me. Don't act recklessly. Bai Yu was a little worried that Chunxiang would use a dangerous method. It's fine, there's no danger. Chunxiang laughed. If I use my method, I can quickly settle it. All right. Bai Yu left Du Xiaoling's divine sense sea. Su Yuqing asked, Husband, what method do you plan to use? Is it dangerous? It's not that dangerous. It's just that I let my second divine sense see out here, so you can let him work with me. I'm worried that he'll reject the power of my second divine sense see. Chunxiang said, Du Xiaoling's divine soul simply could not flow inside, so he could not directly talk to her. All right. Only Su Yuqing was able to talk to Du Xiaoling. I'm ready to begin. Chunxiang said, You can begin. Su Yuqing had already told Du Xiaoling before. Chunxiang took a deep breath, then released his second divine sense see. His second divine sense see was extremely special and mysterious as well. However, Su Yuqing knew that his second divine sense see was extremely terrifying, and that was also a power that Chunxiang normally did not use. After Chunxiang's second divine sense see appeared, waves of dragon roars could be heard. A huge dragon covered in green scales roared and soared into the blue sky with green light flasks. Hi plus ing from its scales. It was actually a Qin dragon. Afterwards, the vermilion bird's cry, white tiger, black tortoise, qilin, and ground-suppressing immortal elephant all roared out, shaking Du Xiaoling's divine sense see. 6 extremely large heavenly beastess that seemed to cover the sky appeared in Du Xiaoling's divine sense see. Soul-absorbing devil spell. Chunxiangpa S said through the 6 heavenly beastess and activated soul-absorbing devil spell. 6 gigantic whirlpools suddenly appeared in the air. The 6 gigantic divine beasts opened their mouths wide, devouring the heavenly energy curse. A large amount of heavenly energy was sucked into the 6 gigantic vortexes, like 6 giant pillars. In a short moment, a large expanse of blue sky had already appeared among Du Xiaoling's divine sense see. So fast! Su Yuqing exclaimed. The second divine sense see was Chunxiang's true strength, and this power was usually in deep sleep. Unless absolutely necessary, Chunxiang would never use it because if he used it, he did not know if he could control the strong heavenly energy. Of course, if it was only used in the divine sense CS, there wouldn't be any problems. But if these 6 heavenly beasts were to be released outside, according to the special power of the heavenly Dao Pill and Dao Pa realm, the heavenly beast would borrow the power of natural law principles. These 6 heavenly beasts must be extremely powerful when they borrow natural law principles. He was worried that they might break out of his control then. C. 2554. C. 2554 Chunxiang's body was currently unceasingly leaking out black mist. The mist gathered together and turned into black water, which was being absorbed by the chuangs. Hi plus G. D furnace. Only the flames inside the chuangs. Hi plus G. D furnace could incinerate the Heaven's Path incantation. The Heaven's Path curse that could imprison Du Xiaoling must be very strong. Chunxiang could feel it clearly at this moment. For the next 2 to 3 days, Chunxiang continued to devour the filthy heavenly energy from the divine sense sea world. The heavenly energy flowed out from his soul. He could feel that the heavenly energy was extremely evil, filled with killing intent and resentment, with many negative emotions. It was extremely vicious. Chunxiang could not understand why this kind of heavenly energy spell would contain such a terrifying thing, as if it had completely deteriorated. Could it be that there's a problem with the Heaven's Path divine art? Chunxiang frowned. Or is there someone who is controlling the flow of the heavenly energy? The Heaven's Path curse energy was originally the energy of the heavens, and was especially transformed into the energy of the heavens. After that, it would enter Du Xiaoling's soul and control Du Xiaoling to spread the death poison everywhere. No wonder the death poison is so terrifying. Chen Xiang finally understood the true meaning of death poison. This type of poison contained all sorts of viciousness and death anyway. After using a few days of time, Du Xiaoling's divine sense sea world had finally become extremely clear. Chunxiang looked at the colossal dragon in the blue sky and the vermilion bird that was already circling around. All right. Chunxiang smiled slightly, then kept his second divine sense sea and left Du Xiaoling's divine sense sea. At this time, both Du Xiaoling and Su Yuqing opened their eyes. Thank you. Du Xiaoling's eyes were moist, currently filled with excitement. You're welcome. She had put in the most effort, and Du Xiaoling was very clear of this point. Seeing that Su Yuqing was so tired, Chunxiang anxiously let her enter Yao Mountain Villa to rest. She greeted by Ziqian before entering. Du Xiaoling looked at Xia Beiling and did not dare look him in the eye. She did not know that Xia Beiling already knew about her. Let bygones be bygones. I'm very open-minded. Xia Beiling pinched Du Xiaoling's face and giggled. I never thought heaven-poisoned divine spirit was so cute and innocent. Du Xiaoling stared blankly for a moment, secretly rejoiced in his heart, then smiled sweetly at Xia Beiling. Amen, thank you. Xia Beiling rubbed Du Xiaoling's innocent and cute face, seeing a big spider crawling on the ground. She quickly jumped on it and chased after it. Are you tired? Do you want to take a rest? Bai Ziqian asked. She was already Chunxiang's woman and was extremely concerned about him. It's not tiring, it's not a problem, even if I have to fight with you for 300 rounds. Chunxiang laughed. Ah, do you fight often? Du Xiaoling knew that their relations, H.I. plus P was close, but he never thought that they would often fight. Bai Yu chuckled. They were fighting in the small hut earlier. Bai Ziqian glared at Bai Yu and then pinched Chunxiang. You too be ASTARDS. Don't teach my master too much. She's very pure. Du Xiaoling was confused, but she did not care too much about it. Right now, she was in a very good mood, being able to remove her shackles and at the same time getting Xia Beiling's forgiveness was the happiest thing in her life. Elder sister Xiaoling, do you think my father from the island will be punished again? The death poison has already been expelled by me. Chunxiang said, You can get rid of that much deadly poison? Du Xiaoling didn't dare to tell her about this matter before because he was worried that the mysterious heaven's curse power inside her soul would know about it and let her poison it. Yeah, it was killed with this flame. Chunxiang released the fire of creation. This is world exterminating flame. Du Xiaoling was shocked, and her face slightly changed. What, isn't that called the Creator's fire? Chunxiang then took out the chuangs. H.I. plus G. Oh, D furnace. This thing is called a chuangs. H.I. plus G. Oh, D furnace. Creation and destruction are similar. Once destroyed, you can create anew. In Xia Beiling's hand was a very small cat, only the size of a thumb. Your father's island should no longer be in danger, because the heaven-poisoned divine spirit is no longer. However, I am worried that the heavenly Tao will create another punisher. Du Xiaoling said. Xia Beiling laughed. Even if there are new punishers, they will first kill, this little scoundrel. She pinched Qin Xiang's face. Qin Xiang slapped her hands away and snorted. You touched so many poisons, and you're here to touch my face again. Xia Beiling said in a charming voice, What are you afraid of? Bai Yu asked, Sister Bailing, who was the one who planned all of this? You are so powerful, and you're even using spatial energy. You shouldn't be so easily poisoned. When Bai Yu did not mention it, Xia Beiling had almost forgotten about it. It's 3B. A-S-T-A-R-D-S. I have to find them. They actually teamed up to ambush me. First, they used an array disk to mess up the S-P-A-C around me, causing me to lose my senses for a short period of time. Then they released a large amount of poisonous gas, which I accidentally absorbed. This formation plate must be very brilliant. Sister Bailing, you are A-S-P-A-C Dao Master. Su Yuqing said after hearing it from the Yao Mountain Villa. They are from the undead divine race. They should be from the sacred wasteland. There are traces of the undead divine race in all the great wastelands, and only the sacred wasteland has that kind of strength. Du Xiaoling said, let's not talk about this first. Chun Xiang took out a pile of medicinal ingredients and said, Sister Bailing, you are experienced and knowledgeable. Tell me what these are. So many good things. Where did you get them? Xia Beiling anxiously shouted. She was also an alchemist, so she naturally knew about it. Qin Xiang had asked Xie Qiaoyan before at the Hundreds of Flowers village, and she had only thrown out the emperor blood ginseng. These three are emperor-grade medicinal materials. Du Xiaoling recognized her as well. After all, she had lived for a long time, and she specialized in refining poisons. This horn-like GRA. S is a Dao Dragon Earth GRA. SS. If it is refined together with the Emperor Blood Ginseng, it will be able to create a Dao GO de Emperor Yuan Dan, Xia Beiling said. This pill is an Emperor middle-tier pill. Furthermore, it is temporarily useless to you, as this is only useful to us Dao sovereigns. The main thing is to cultivate Dao Ji, de gold body. Du Xiaoling nodded and said, Above the Dao sovereign is the Dao Ji Od. One must cultivate up to the Dao Ji D gold body in order to be able to bear the powerful heavenly energy of the Dao Ji DS and step into the Dao Ji D realm. What about this potato thing? Chun Xiang pointed to the potato that looked like a golden crystal. I don't know. Xia Beiling shook his head and looked at Du Xiaoling. Elder sister, Xiaoling definitely knows. Du Xiaoling chuckled. This is called a Juyang, earthly fruit, a fruit that grows underground. There is a core within it that can be used to grow. The Juyang earthly fruit contains a special Juyang Dao power, something stronger than the profound Tao power. On the same level, the Juyang Dao power is 10 times more powerful than the profound Tao power. C. 2555. C. 2555. This 9-yang earth Susi. Yung Ber. No, ghastly fruit, it's that powerful. Qin Xiang looked at Xia Beiling. Xia Beiling also did not think that she was from the spirit wasteland, so he did not know much about this kind of medicine that had profound Tao power us. Elder sister Xiaoling, we still have profound fruit. If we refine the pellets together with the Jiang earthly fruit, wouldn't that be even more powerful? Xia Beiling immediately said. Du Xiaoling nodded his head. Actually, high-level medicines can be matched very freely when refining, mainly because high-level ingredients are rare, and there are very few inherent pill formulas. A single medicinal ingredient to refine into a pill would have very good effects. I need you guys to try it. I only know how to refine poisons. I do not know how to refine pills, but it should be more or less the same. Bai Ziqian asked, What is the use of the profound Tao power? The combination of the power of the profound yellow and the power of the heavenly Tao will make it even more powerful. You might not be able to sense it now, but if you manage to cultivate it to the Tao profound realm, you will understand. Du Xiaoling said, In the entire primordial wastelands, only the Tao auras of profound wasteland and sacred wasteland contain the profound Tao power, and only these two places are able to produce medicinal ingredients that contain the profound Tao power. Xia Beiling pouted and said, "Then doesn't that mean that our profound Tao power isn't strong Tao sovereigns are weak compared to the sacred wasteland and the profound wasteland Tao sovereigns? If we were to compare strength, then it would indeed be much weaker. However, it doesn't matter. We can catch up later on." Du Shaoling said. After that, Bai Yu told Bai Ziqian the method to cultivate the heart of the profound way, which Bai Ziqian did not know about. After hearing it, Du Shaoling was very surprised. "Qinxiang, is this a method to create something? Truly amazing. If I can truly cultivate my heart of the profound way, then I can turn my own Tao energy into profound Tao power, and when it is needed, I can transform it without needing to go from a newly ACCU mulat state to a new one. Amen. Right now, I have already cultivated the heart of the profound way. I think if I can refine the Jiang, earthly fruit, and the Dai-profound fruit into a pill, it would be very easy to form the mind." Qinxiang said, "It won't be easy to grow many of them. This emperor-grade medicinal herb will take a very long time to grow." Xia Beiling also wanted to quickly refine more. She wanted to cultivate until she had a clear mind. "It's not too long. There are already more than 10 Dai-profound fruit here." Qinxiang laughed. Du Shaoling and Bai Ziqian did not know that Qinxiang had a creation divine well, but hearing Qinxiang's words, Du Shaoling picked up the Dai-profound fruit and looked at it. The aura of the creation divine spring. "Do you have a creator's well?" Du Shaoling said in shock. "This is the natural law divine spirit's treasure, and it's actually in your hands." "He gave it to me." Qinxiang suddenly laughed sinisterly. "Elder sister Shaoling, that guy still has something good. When I see him again, I'll see if I can get back here. The best thing about him is this creation G. Oh, D's well, since he has already given it to you. Don't think about his things." Du Shaoling laughed. "Little scoundrel, come back after you grow those emperor-grade medicinal herbs. I want to stay here for a while." Xia Beiling said, "I also want to cultivate my impenetrable physique. Elder sister Shaoling, you definitely have a way, right?" Xia Beiling had experienced death poison before and had also experienced Sky Evolution's poison, so she was very afraid of poison. She was very envious of Qinxiang's poison, so she wasn't afraid of anything. "I do have a way, but I have to endure a lot of hards. I plus PS. I can't guarantee that I won't succeed." Du Shaoling thought about it and said, "No problem. I'm not afraid of hard work. I want to learn from you." Xia Beiling said, Qinxiang had already helped Bai Yu find Bai Ziqian and even helped him get rid of the curse, so it was time for him to return. Bai Ziqian continued to stay here. The reason why Du Shaoling stayed in Beast Wasteland was because there were not many humans there. Sometimes she had to go out to refine some poison, and if there was an accident and the poison leaked out, it would affect many people. Before Qinxiang left, Du Shaoling gave him 3 small jade boxes. The black box is a heaven's divination poison. You should already understand it by now. Inside the white box was the heart-devouring bone poison. If one touched it, all of the bones and heart in one's body would melt. As for the red box, it is called drunken sky powder. If you smell even a trace of it, you would feel weak all over, and if you are unable to use your Tao energy, your divine soul will become sluggish. Du Shaoling warned repeatedly, "This is all for your personal defense. You must be careful when using it, so as to not harm the innocent." Then she gave Qinxiang a jade bottle. "Inside this bottle is the antidote I refined. It can cure all 3 poisons. If you accidentally poison an innocent person, it can be used to cure the poison." "What a great item. Can it deal with Tao sovereigns or something?" Qinxiang asked. "It can poison a Tao sovereign, but a vigilant Tao sovereign can prevent the poison from spreading. If he wants to spread it all over his body, The only way is to poison his heart. Du Xiaoling said seriously, I am only giving you protection with your current cultivation. You cannot go face to face with the Tao sovereign. It is very dangerous. I know, thank you. Qin Xiang laughed. I must remember this. In order to make Qin Xiang remember, Du Xiaoling had even pinched Qin Xiang's face, causing him to laugh foolishly. Just like this, Qin Xiang brought Bai Yuyu and Su Yuqing back to the Hundreds of Flowers village, and Su Yuqing once again returned to their artifact forging team. As for Bai Yuyu, she planned to follow Qin Xiang for a while, because the members of the War GOD team were all outside. She didn't want to go out alone either. Inside the Hundreds of Flowers village, Feng Yujie, Xie Qiaoyan, and the others had already started refining SHI plus Padan. Qun Xiang and Chu Hongqing had previously refined quite a few already, which was enough for them to eat by themselves. Feng Yujie and the others did not just refine pills for the Hundreds of Flowers village's women to eat. The Heavenly Dragon City also needed it, and the Heavenly Dragon City did not want it for nothing. They would go to various places to gather some resources that the Hundreds of Flowers village said they needed, and at the same time plant a large amount of medicinal herbs. With the formation Long Jiu Xiao had set up to grow medicinal ingredients, the speed of the cultivation would also be extremely fast, and the others also planned to return to the profound wasteland. After all, they had their own city there. When it was night time, Qin Xiang brought them to the profound wasteland and entered the city. What was surprising was that there was no attack from the city, and everything was very quiet. The Tao aura in the city had already become extremely strong, and it was all created by Tai Yintian. Qin Xiang did not stay there for long. When he came to Three Money Divine City, he found out from Huang Jintian that Fan SHI plus Xian had been looking for him these past few days. Manor Lord Fan, is there anything you need me for? Qin Xiang asked. He was a little worried that the matter of him killing the descendants of the Sky Desolate in Sacred Wasteland would be discovered. The more important thing is that although our three great native banks have achieved some results in their training, we're currently unable to enter the Devil Wasteland or the Devil Wasteland. We will need your help. Fan SHI plus Xian said. Evil Wasteland and the Black Hare's human inside the Devil Wasteland have roughly 2 months to break through the barrier, and we plan to start a real battle soon. See 2556 Zhuang Real War. See 2556 Zhuang Real War. When Qin Xiang heard that they were going to fight against the Xanthopanax, he felt a little puzzled and asked immediately, Why aren't you going to the Xianhuang? The black-haired man inside the Xianhuang is not that fierce. They will definitely not be as hard to deal with as the Xanthopanax and the others. Qin Xiang also had a little understanding of the Xianhuang, so he felt that it would be good if he could perform it inside the Xianhuang. Fan SHI plus Xian shook his head. Based on the information you gathered from the Xianhuang, it's not good to enter the Xianhuang now. The black-haired man in the Xianhuang will only awaken later. If we enter the Xianhuang now to fight, it will definitely disturb the other black-haired man, which is not beneficial for the people that are still alive. Hearing Fan SHI plus Xian's words, Qin Xiang thought about it and felt that it made sense. Although there were a lot of black-haired mans, many of them had yet to wake up. On the other hand, the team that Three Major Banks was in was very strong and could easily rouse black-haired man from his stupor. If we enter the demonic desolation or the Xanthopanax, we can attack without a care. Fan SHI plus Xian said. The array masters of our Three Major Banks have yet to find a way to enter the demonic desolation, so we can only look for you. We have our own storage equipment. When the time comes, you just have to bring us in. Qin Xiang nodded. He had also brought people from the Three Major Banks into the Xianhuang before. How many of you are going in this time? So are all the people in training in there? Qin Xiang asked. Only those with Tao and Profound Realm or above will be able to enter. Only those with Tao and profound realm have the strength to kill the black-haired man Fan S. H. I plus XN said. Only by letting them inside to fight once will we be able to ACC you. Mulate more experience. And now we are training with the black-haired man. I understand. When are we leaving? Just people from the 3 major banks S. So there were no disciples from the new 8 wastelands S. According to his knowledge, Yun Xiaodao and the others were all training in a sect constructed in the 3 major banks. Xin Xiang knew that this kind of training would not be of much use, because the most important thing to deal with black-haired man was the profound Tao power. Only by cultivating the profound Tao power would one be able to break through the black-haired man's defense. Only those in the Holy Desolate could cultivate this kind of profound Tao power, so people like Yun Xiaodao who came from the new 8 wastelands did not have many profound Tao power. Of course, the women who were concocting pills in the 100 Flowers village were already speeding up their process of refining Xian Dao W. A. N. Jidan. Feng Yu Jia also Pa S, said the recipe to the women in the 9 Heavens Dragon City. Oh, right, Xinxiang, I heard that there's a kind of Wanjidan called Xian Dao W. A. N. Jidan. Does that have anything to do with you? The native bank that was in charge of the new 8 wastelands also received some information. Yes, after eating it, one can quickly obtain profound Tao power and does not need to absorb it from any specific Tao aura. Xinxiang said as he nodded his head, I got some medicinal ingredients from the Shenhuang and then refined them myself. Fand S. H. I. plus XN laughed. I didn't expect you to have so many connections and have prepared sufficiently, which can reduce the pressure on our 3 major banks. Right now, we need to work together. Would it be possible to exchange information with you on this kind of Xian Dao W. A. N. Jidan? Master Fan, you don't understand much about pills, so it's useless for me to tell you about it. You arrange for your alchemist to go find Long Jiuxiao and have him arrange for your alchemist to communicate with you. Shen Xiang replied, They will definitely be very willing. Fan S. H. I. plus Xan nodded her head and laughed. Then I will go now to prepare, and prepare to head to demonic desolation. Shen Xiang did not expect to go now. So fast. Shen Xiang had originally planned to cultivate for a period of time in order to raise his Dao Soul realm to the 4th stage, but now Fan SHI plus Xan was going to set off. Time is pressing now. Do you have any other important things to do during this period of time? Fan SHI plus Xan said, No, let's go now. I had originally planned to train for a bit, raise my strength a bit, and then train in demonic desolation. Xin Xiang laughed. After Fan SHI plus XIN and Xin Xiang had an agreement, they immediately brought Xin Xiang to the Holy Desolate and arranged for a good person to be brought there. Xin Xiang went inside the Eternal Life School and waited there. He heard from an elder that there were a total of 90 small teams. Right now, Xin Xiang was meeting his 2nd senior sister Song, Yangying, who he met last time in Eternal Life School. Each team has 10 people. These are all our elite disciples. The elder said, while Song Yangying had already come to the great hall. When the elders saw Song Yangying and the rest, he said to Xin Xiang, These 10 are our Eternal Life School's strongest young team. When Song Yangying came here and saw Xin Xiang, he also felt it was strange. He had already started his training and did not see Xin Xiang at all. Elder, is he coming with us? Song Yangying asked. She was not too clear about Xin Xiang's item. 1. Tai, she only knew that Xin Xiang had grasped a terrifying sword technique, which was as powerful as their sword hall elder. Of course. The elder laughed. Ah, he's only at the Dao Soul realm. Didn't they say that only those at the Dao and Profound realm can go? Is he going to be in our team? Song Yangying's face was filled with worry. It's not that we're worried that he will be dragging us down. It's just that we're worried that the black-haired man is too powerful. When the time comes, we won't be able to protect him. The elder shook his head and smiled. Without him, we would not have been able to enter the demonic desolation, and that's why he brought us in. Shin Xiang chuckled. Senior Sister Song, aren't you looking down on people too much? No matter what, you are still a defeated opponent. Song Yangying was shocked. They already knew that the enchantments would be extremely difficult to enter, and even the many powerful formation masters of their Eternal Life School were unable to enter. So this method was to let Shin Xiang bring him in. Humph, that was just my carelessness. Song Yangying scoffed. You're really amazing, hiding your strength well. Only now did Song Yangying and the others know that Shin Xiang was extremely familiar with their higher-ups in the Eternal Life School. Soon, Fan S, H, I, plus Xian arrived with 2 more people. One of them was the bald fatty, and the other was the goatee elder, both of them were the 3 Villa Masters of 3 Lives Native Bank and Life Native Bank. Shan Xiang, I forgot to introduce him to you last time. This is the 3rd Villa Master of Lifeless Native Bank, Pan Yuan. Fan S, H, I, plus Xian pointed to the smiling, bald, middle-aged man, then pointed at the goatee and said, This is 3 Lives Native Bank's 3 Villa Master, Lu Shanza. Kid, Shin Xiang, I've already seen the 2 Manor Lords before. You're really powerful. Shin Xiang laughed. You are the powerful one. We are all unable to enter the demonic desolation, but you are able to. Pan Yuan laughed and said, Let's head out now. The 3 of us, the Manor Lords, led the way. See 2557. See 2557 pure text online. Read local domain name mobile phone synchronous read. Please visit Song Yangying, and the other disciples were all shocked by Chen Xiang's position. Even they did not dare to speak to these Villa Masters casually, as the position of these 3 Villa Masters was much higher compared to the sect leader S under the banner of the 3 native bank S. But from the looks of it, Chen Xiang had a very good relations. H, I, plus P with Fan S, H, I plus Xian. All right, let's head out now. I wanted to go to Devil Wasteland for a look since a long time ago. Chen Xiang said, Oh, right, didn't Undead Divine Race and Evil Spirit Race go to the Devil Wasteland to mess around last time? What happened then? We fought with them. They suffered heavy casualties, so we're fine. Fan S, H, I, plus Xian took out a small jade house and told Song Yangying's group to go inside. There were a lot of disciples in his small jade house. These guys need to be on guard. I wonder if the 3 Manor Lords have heard of the Heaven's Divination Poison? Qin Xiang asked. The 3 Villa Masters had heard it before, because when they heard Qin Xiang say those words, their faces suddenly changed. Qin Xiang, have you seen this poison before? Fan S, H, I, plus Xian asked quickly. I've seen them. They used the Heaven's Divination Poison to attack a Dao sovereign right at the Spirit Wasteland. I wonder how they got this poison. Qin Xiang said, Looks like Undead Divine Race can't sit still anymore. They actually dared to use this poison. Fan SHI plus Xian's expression became grave, and then he took out a jade talisman. It should be a message. 2564404 proud of the world pill G. Oh, D proud of the world pill G. Oh, D. Pan Yuan and Lu Shanza had also taken out their communication jade symbol paper to send out the message, probably to report this matter. Above them, there were 2 other Villa Masters who were even more terrifying. All right, let's set off now. Our Villa's Master will come up with a plan to deal with the Undead Divine Race. You don't have to worry. Fan S, H, I plus Xian said. Soon after, Qin Xiang followed Fan S, H, I plus Xian to a transmission array. This transmission array can directly teleport us outside of Devil Wasteland, but you only need to bring us through that barrier. Fan S, H, I plus Xian said. After you bring us in, you can come back immediately and pick us up at a later time. That was why there were 3 Villa Masters leading the way. These Three villa masters did not want Qinxiang to encounter any danger within the Devil Wasteland. "All right, I might have to stay in there for a while when the time comes," Qinxiang said. He had 6 realms mirrors, so he could protect himself inside. But as long as he did not meet a leader-level Black Hairs human, those level of Black Hairs human would all be Tao sovereigns, extremely powerful. The transmission array opened, and Qinxiang and the others arrived outside the Devil Wasteland. Qinxiang looked around. It was a wasteland. The surroundings were filled with the aura of death. The aura of death was all coming from the Devil Wasteland. This was originally a GRA's land, but now it has become like this. Pan Yuan sighed. This barrier won't last for long before it explodes. Now that the death aura had already leaked out, it was clear that the barrier would not last for long. "Let's go in now." Qinxiang took out his 6 realms mirrors. Seeing him, the 3 manor lords were very surprised. Qinxiang actually had this kind of thing, although they did not know much about the 6 realms mirrors, but they could tell that this was a very powerful thing. Of course, they were just curious and didn't ask too much. They all mounted Qinxiang's 6 realms mirrors. Qinxiang channeled the energy of the white tiger Tao mark, and then teleported into the barrier, arriving inside the Devil Wasteland in the blink of an eye. "You're in." Fan S. H. I. plus XN looked behind him. Indeed, he had already entered. Following after, he felt an extremely bitter aura of death. 256-4404 proud of the world pill G. Oh, D proud of the world pill G. Oh, D. Pan Yuan looked at the sky. The entire Devil Wasteland is covered up by this evil aura. It can be seen how scary of an event this place has been through. The Black Hairs human in here should be even more terrifying than the profound wasteland. Qinxiang had already sensed an unusual aura. All the Black Hairs human S inside the Devil Wasteland had awakened very early. There must have been a certain degree of evolution. Fan S. H. I. plus XAN and the other 2 manor lords each took out a small jade hut. After tossing the jade hut far away, the small jade hut slowly grew in size and turned into a palace in the blink of an eye. "Qinxiang, if you don't want to go back, you can stay in the palaces too." The 3 palaces are very STUR, Dysprosium Fenes, H. I. plus XN said. Qinxiang nodded. He planned to stay here to cultivate for a while before going. Not long later, the disciples of the 3 palaces walked out, and Qinxiang entered one of the palaces, choosing a secret room. He was going to continue eating S. H. I. plus Padanas to break through. Chu Hongqing and Yang Xiangyin were currently cultivating. They had previously eaten S. H. I. plus Padan and were currently refining its medicinal power, making a breakthrough very quickly. There are still 200 pills, which should be enough for me to enter the 4th level of Tao Realm. Right now, Qinxiang was already at the 3rd level of the Tao Realm, so entering the 4th level shouldn't be too difficult. After eating the S. H. I. plus Padan, he started to cultivate. 3 days later, Qinxiang had already stepped into the 4th level of Tao Realm. It might be difficult for others, but it was extremely easy for him. At this moment, while he was H. I. plussing the sweat off his body in the secret room, he felt someone puss. H. I. plussing the door open. Although the palace was very safe, it was, after all, inside the Devil Wasteland, so Qinxiang could be vigilant at any time and release a S.P.C. domain at any time. Who are they? Qinxiang immediately turned into a mist and hid himself. Then he floated outside and saw 2 people. There should be someone inside. There's still water here. Did he discover us? The one who spoke was a very skinny man, and judging from his clothes, he was from Eternal Life School. Could it be because the battle outside is too intense that he used teleportation to escape after disturbing him? Another man said, "That might be possible. I heard that this guy's spatial force is very strong. It seems that we failed this time. What a rare opportunity." The very skinny man sighed. "Don't worry. If our men succeed, once these 3 palaces fall, this fellow will die sooner or later. That's right. The 3 great native banks cannot compete with us. They should still not know that we were the ones behind the black hairs humans' awakening and evolution. Haha, this time they've come in for a real battle. 80% of them won't be able to make it back. Hearing these, Qin Xiang was shocked. He never thought that the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family would be the culprit, and their motive was clear: to attack the 3 great native banks. Qin Xiang thought about it and decided to not deal with these 2 fellows for the time being. Otherwise, he would alert the enemy, and he would have to contact Fan S. HI plus XIN quickly. After that, he would discuss with Fan S, HI plus XIN, and the others how to handle this matter. Seems like all 3 palaces have been attacked by the black hairs human S. I wonder how long they can last. Qin Xiang could guess that there was a traitor within the 3 native banks, and the 2 that Qin Xiang had just seen were them. The 3 palaces that had just appeared were attacked so quickly. They should have been attracted over by the spies. C. 2558. C. 2558 Qin Xiang teleported to the outside and discovered that many disciples were fighting with black hairs human. The number of black hairs human S did not seem to be that high, so all the disciples dared to leave. Not good. There won't be that few black hairs human S. Qin Xiang frowned. These disciples are too inexperienced. It's obvious that they were lured out. Qin Xiang didn't need to think about it to know that there would definitely be a black hairs human in this area. He immediately rode his 6 realms mirrors and flew over, shouting at the disciples who were fighting, telling them to quickly enter the palace. The defenses of the 3 palaces were very strong. Just now, when Qin Xiang came out, he could feel that if he was attacked, he would definitely be able to hold on for a while. These disciples all knew of the relations HI plus P between Qin Xiang and the 3 villa masters. So after hearing Qin Xiang's words, they all returned to the palace, although they still did not understand the reason. Everyone, it's impossible to have so few black hairs human S, especially this one. Qin Xiang said, even if there are so few black hairs human S attacking us, the number of people after this will definitely increase. Moreover, there is a fellow like the transmission master among the strong black hairs human S as well. So the transmission master I met before could teleport thousands of black hairs human S in one go. Qin Xiang's voice was very loud. He was telling the disciples of the 3 palaces to understand what kind of crisis they were in just now. The 2 spies who had tried to kill Qin Xiang earlier couldn't help but curse when they heard Qin Xiang's words. If the disciples that left the palace to fight did not return, when they had exhausted most of their energy in the battle, a large number of black hairs human S would have teleported over, and all of them would have been killed. Just as Qin Xiang finished speaking, a large group of black hairs human S suddenly appeared, surrounding the 3 palaces tightly. There were at least 100,000 black hairs human S. There were many disciples on the floors of the palace that could be seen from the windows. Seeing this, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. If not for Qin Xiang calling them in, they would have died without a doubt. After the black hairs human appeared, he started to attack the 3 palaces crazily, but he was unable to break through the defense of the palaces. Qin Xiang told everyone to calm down and to wait inside the palace for the 3 villa masters to return. Fan S, H, I, plus XIN, and the others had only brought a portion of the team out. The majority of them were left behind. Qin Xiang took out his communication jade symbol paper and sent a message to Fan S, H, I, plus XIN. Villa owner Fan, where are you guys? Come back, quickly. There's a traitor, and he attracted a large group of black hairs human. Qin Xiang said, but he did not receive a reply. It was possible that he was too far away. Qin Xiang had just used her consciousness to monitor those 2 fellows who wanted to assassinate her. Those 2 fellows did not dare to do anything now, and their strengths were not weak either. They were both from the Dao S, H, I plus realm, but they were not the strongest people here. Now, everyone had retreated back into the palace. If the two of them were to take action and kill Qinxiang, the matter would be exposed. It seemed that he had to forge that pill in advance. Even if he had to use both Jiang, earthly fruit S, to refine, this would be an extremely huge challenge for Qinxiang, as he was currently unable to refine even an emperor pill. First, we will separate the refining of Jiang earthly fruit and the refining of Di-profound fruit. Qinxiang planned to start right now. If Fan S, H, I, plus Xan and the rest are unable to return within a short period of time, then the three palaces would be in danger. He didn't know if the Jiang Dao power that Du Shaoling was talking about was really strong, but Du Shaoling had said that this kind of Jiang Dao power had a strong killing power that could instantly kill Black Hair's human. Qinxiang could only try it first. The devil-suppressing magic power he had previously used against demons had a very good effect. Even if it was much stronger than him, he would still lose miserably against these devil-suppressing magic power. So Qinxiang thought that the current profound Tao power and Zhuangdao power were similar to the devil-suppressing magic power. Arriving at the palace, Qinxiang asked the few array masters inside about how long the defensive array could last. At this point, they were all worried because the palace's defensive array could only defend for a month at most. There's still a month, that's enough. Chu Hongqing said, in another 10 days, the Jiang earthly fruit will be harvested, and there should be a lot of Di-profound fruit. Right now, within 10 days, Qinxiang had to familiarize himself with refining Di-profound fruit. At that time, with refining together with the Jiang earthly fruit, it would not be too difficult. Yes, I'll start now. Qinxiang returned to the secret room. This time, he reinforced the door of the secret room, using the 6 realms mirrors to release a seal. Even Dao's sovereign would need a bit of strength to break through. Qinxiang took out a Di-profound fruit. Although the Di-profound fruit was completely black, it emitted a dense amount of profound Tao power, and there was even a crystal core within it. Just as Qinxiang was about to put the Di-profound fruit into the furnace to refine it, his communication jade symbol paper suddenly shook. Qinxiang, we are in trouble here. We did not expect the Black Hair's human to be so strong compared to what we imagined. You must hold on until we return. The palace can probably last for 1 month. If we do not return in 20 days, you will think of a way to run out of the palace on your own and go to the sacred wasteland to call for reinforcements. Fan S, H, I, plus Xan finally replied to Qinxiang, let's talk about the traitor first. You have to keep an eye on them during this period of time. Qinxiang sighed. The Black Hair's human was indeed powerful. Even Fan S, H, I, plus Xan and the others could not resist it, and fell into a difficult situation. Right now, Qinxiang could only wait patiently for 20 days. At that time, if he did not have any progress in pill refining, he would have to return to the sacred wasteland. I wonder if there are any Black Hair's human S with the strength of Dao sovereigns outside. Qinxiang was a little worried at the moment, but he had asked those formation masters before. So far, their strongest attack was only at the Dao sect level. Qinxiang placed the Di-profound fruit into the Chuang's H.I. plus G.O.D. furnace. This was his first time refining an Emperor stage medicinal herb, so he was rather excited. Of course, right now he was only refining the Di-profound fruit by himself. The Di-profound fruit had to be refined together with the Jiang earthly fruit. He was also very eager to refine the Jiang Dao power. Di-profound fruit S should be low-grade Emperor stage medicinal herbs, and Jiang earthly fruit S should be mid-grade Emperor stage medicinal herbs. If the two are combined to refine pellets, it would be mid-grade Emperor stage medicinal pellets. Qinxiang said, if I can refine this Di-profound fruit into a pill, then I can understand how to refine low-grade Emperor stage pellet. After that, refining a middle-grade pellet will be much easier. If I were to add those purple pearls to water, the the Jiang earthly fruit might be able to reap a good harvest a few days in advance. Chu Hongqing said. She was also aware of the current situation. That's for the best. Chen Xiang released the flames and began refining the diaper-found fruit. c. 2559. c. 2559. The process of refining the diaper-found fruit was not as easy as Chen Xiang had imagined. After all, this was an emperor-level medicinal ingredient, and it was even a bit special, and there was a large amount of profound Tao power contained within. Fortunately, he had refined a few profound Tao Qingdan before, so he had ACCU, mulat some experience with the characteristics of the profound Tao power. Chen Xiang only started for a short while before he encountered a very THORNY problem. The layer of black fruit flesh and skin on the diaper-found fruit surface suddenly cracked, as if it was going to break. After it cracked open, waves of profound Tao power were constantly used inside the diaper-found fruit, and this profound Tao power had a huge impact on the flame, causing it to not burn in its normal state and becoming a little berserk. The inside of the diaper-found fruit is a crystal core. If this crystal core is not suppressed, this situation will definitely continue. Chen Xiang immediately used Tai Chi to release a small Taiji Yin and Yang map and seal that crystal core. The crystal core quickly stabilized, and the flames inside the furnace became much calmer. In just a few moments, it returned to its normal state, and Chen Xiang managed to refine it relatively smoothly now. The fruit flesh and skin outside the crystal core had already been slowly refined and turned into medicinal liquid. Right now, only the crystal core had not been refined. The crystal core contained a lot of profound Tao power. Chen Xiang continued to release the Creator's fire to burn it, using the mirage flame to slowly refine it from the inside of the crystal core. This crystal nucleus was the most valuable part of the entire diaper-found fruit. Chen Xiang had to burn it for a good 6 hours before he managed to refine the entire crystal core into a medicinal liquid. There was a lot of liquid medicine inside the furnace. After all, the crystal core had compressed a lot of profound Tao power so after refining, there would be a lot of compressed profound Tao power that had turned into liquid. Looks like the difficulty of refining this diaper-found fruit is not too high. I just wonder how it will fuse with the Jiang earthly fruit. Chen Xiang began to condense the pill. He planned to condense this huge S of medicinal liquid into a single pellet. Of course, if he were to divide it into a few groups, condensing a few pellets would not be a problem. But right now, in order to obtain more profound Tao power and condense them into a single pellet, the quality would increase even more. At this time, he was using the sublimation refining method to refine, which could improve his quality. In order to succeed, he did not plan to use the crash method, as it would consume a lot of energy. If I knew, I would have refined it with a Jutian Danding. This Jutian Danding can improve its quality by a lot. Chen Xiang was currently refining with a Chuang's HI plus G OD furnace. The Jutian Danding was something he had won in a gambling match with before, and it was also a very good heavenly artifact. The process of condensing a pill was not easy. It required a very long time, especially on the first try. Normally, it would take a very long time for it to be completed. Chen Xiang spent an entire 2 days to condense one Emperor Profound Core. Dijiadan are just used to cultivate profound Tao power. Chen Xiang looked at the golden pellet and then ate it. Right now, he urgently needed to cultivate the heart of the profound way. As long as he could cultivate the mind, he could absorb the profound energy in his divine sense, see through the heart of the profound way, and quickly turn it into profound Tao power. In other words, as long as he succeeded, the vast amount of Tao energy in his divine sense, he would be equivalent to profound Tao power, and he wouldn't need to cultivate the profound Tao power alone like the people in the profound wasteland and the profound wasteland. As for the cultivators in profound wasteland and sacred wasteland, from the moment they started cultivating, they were able to absorb the profound Tao power from the Tao energy. However, other than these two places, No one else had such conditions. After Qin Xiang consumed the Emperor Profound pellet, he quickly entered into a state of cultivation. At this time, the Profound Tao power was like a large river, flowing endlessly into the heart. The Emperor Profound core contained an extremely large amount of Profound Tao power S. In half a day, Qin Xiang refined the medicinal power into the heart of the Profound Way, and at the same time his heart of the Profound Way became stronger and stronger. He was already able to convert the Tao power into Profound Tao power, but its speed was rather slow. If he had a mental plan, he could instantly transform it. Qin Xiang also did not refine any Emperor Profound pills now, but was waiting for the Jiang earthly fruit S to grow out. Hongqing, how is the growth of this Jiang earthly fruit? Qin Xiang asked. Jiang earthly fruit need to be buried deep under the soil. Chu Hongqing said, the Jiang earthly fruit will bud on its own, then grow a blade of GRA, S, and then split the GRA, S into branches to grow other Jiang earthly fruit. In other words, if it is planted, isn't it a string of fruits? Qin Xiang laughed. Yes, the one from before. There are around 20 of them in a row. With the help of the purple pearls, they will mature and be used to concoct pills after 2 more days or so. Chu Hongqing said there were still 2 days' worth of time, and Qin Xiang couldn't wait any longer either. As long as he went out for a walk, he could see through a window that many black hairs, human S, outside were still attacking the palace. In order for the palace to resist, the array formation continued to circulate. This way, it would continuously consume energy. Once the energy inside the palace was used up, the black hairs human would be able to attack. I wonder if there's a Tao sovereign's black hairs human outside. Qin Xiang pondered. He did not know if he could match up to the black hairs human S with the Tao sovereign level of cultivation. Once he mastered it, he felt that by relying on the 6 realms mirrors as his defense and using the heavenly magic sword as support, he would be able to kill quite a few black hairs human S. If the other party had a Tao sovereign, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Qin Xiang took out the heavenly magic sword, changed it into a 9th heaven divine bow, and shot it towards the black hairs human outside. He aimed at the heart of a black hairs human, and after the arrow pierced through the heart of that black hairs human suddenly exploded. The black hairs human outside were very concentrated, so a single explosion would affect the surrounding area. Just this one arrow alone had already cost a few thousand. Like the black hairs human S, the heart is their weakness. Qin Xiang was secretly happy. This was an extremely fatal blow. After the arrow just now, black hairs human seemed to have received orders as they scattered apart, maintaining a certain distance. This way, even if they exploded again, they wouldn't blow up a large area like before. There must be a leader nearby. Qin Xiang used the Tao heart eye to carefully observe. Amongst the surrounding black hairs human, that gene XIN was the same size and there were no transmission master S inside. The transmission master must have been complex enough to teleport over to ordinary black hairs human. Then they all hid themselves. The black hairs human here seems to be very smart. Chu Hongqing said, this is not easy to deal with. Previously, when Qin Xiang was inside the profound wasteland, when he teamed up with Tai Xiong and the others, he had easily killed thousands of the black hairs human, and they were all in the distance at that. Qin Xiang was waiting for the Jiang earthly fruit to mature, so he also planned to use the 9 Xiaoji, Dispo to kill as many people as possible in the next 2 days. C. 2560. C. 2560, when Qin Xiang was killing black hairs human, he discovered that the 2 spies were nearby. They were obviously monitoring him. Qin Xiang did not have much patience left. If he was watched like this again, it was very possible that he would torture the 2 of them to death, regardless of the cost. Wait till I finish cultivating my mind. Manor Lord Fan and the others still haven't returned. I will finish off these 2 fellows first. Qin Xiang thought. 2 days had passed, said, and the Juyang, earthly fruit, had matured. Chen Xiang was already impatient and hurriedly entered the secret room. Previously, he had planned to refine Juyang, earthly fruit, by himself. But now, with some impatience, he decided to do so too. Let's use the chuangs. Hi plus G, D furnace first. It would be more convenient to refine it with the world creation flame. Chen Xiang wanted to use Jutian Danding, but he was not familiar with refining Juyang, earthly fruit yet, so it would be easier for him to fail when using Jutian Danding. Chen Xiang felt like he was putting the diaper-found fruit into a pill furnace to refine it. When he was almost done, he separated out ASPAC inside the chuangs. HI plus GOD furnace and placed the medicinal liquid to the side. Then he placed the Juyang, earthly fruit, into the furnace so that he could refine the Juyang, earthly fruit alone. The Juyang, earthly fruit, and the diaper-found fruit are very different. The diaper-found fruit is just an inner crystal, but the entire Juyang, earthly fruit, is crystallized. Chen Xiang refined it using his flames, and it was extremely difficult to move it. That was why he had no choice but to refine it from the inside out. Even so, the refining speed was still very slow, and it was difficult for it to reach the speed he had expected. This sort of crystallized item is really hard to forge. Chen Xiang really wanted to shatter this piece of crystal, but he was worried that breaking it would affect the integrity of the entire Juyang, earthly fruit, and would affect the quality. Seems like I can only try that move. Chen Xiang took a deep breath and started to release a huge amount of creation flame inside the furnace, compressed all of the fierce flames together. Not long after, they became liquid. Chen Xiang wrapped the ball of liquid flame around the Juyang, earthly fruit, and then used a large amount of strength to create a strong pressure. Then he poured the liquid fire into the Juyang, earthly fruit. The liquid fire essence contained a very strong burning power, and this kind of fire essence was not something that could be created easily. It was something that Chen Xiang had comprehended from the heavenly alchemy, and it had a very strong refining power, especially towards this sort of crystallized thing. The flame liquid seeped into the Juyang, earthly fruit, and the Juyang, earthly fruit, also continuously emitted mist of air. When the flame liquid completely seeped in, Chen Xiang controlled the ball of flame liquid to slowly expand. Meanwhile, the crystallized Juyang, earthly fruit, was also expanding along with the fire liquid, slowly melting as it increased in size. In just an hour, the entire Juyang, earthly fruit, had turned into a medicinal liquid. This technique really does work. However, the energy it consumes is quite great. It requires quite a bit of Tao energy to condense the liquid flame. Chen Xiang was secretly happy. He had finally refined the Juyang, earthly fruit. Let's call it the pressure refinement method. Chen Xiang slowly let out a breath. Although he had already refined the Juyang, earthly fruit, it did not mean that he would succeed. This was because he still had to fuse the Juyang, earthly fruit's medicinal liquid with the diaper-found fruits. It was not easy to fuse them. Chen Xiang felt a headache just thinking about it, but he could only bite the bullet and charge forward. Chen Xiang took a few deep breaths and then started to fuse the two medicinal liquids. The process of fusion could be said to be the hardest. If he did not have any special techniques, he could only rely on brute force to fuse the two liquids. Chen Xiang, on the other hand, had skills. He had many different methods in the heavenly alchemy to solve the problems that would arise when he mixed in with many different methods. The process of fusing the diaper-found fruit and the Juyang, earthly fruit, wasn't as difficult as Chen Xiang had expected, because the two both had certain attributes of the profound Tao power. Furthermore, he had used various methods of the heavenly alchemy when refining them, so he could solve the difficult problem of fusing them, such as the original source refining. Although it wasn't difficult, it still took Chen Xiang 2 days. It's only been 2 days, not too long. Chen Xiang was just a bit short of perspiration, but he had finally fused with it, and the next step was to condense a pill. This time he also planned to condense one pellet, And when he condensed the pellet, he also used the sublimation refining method to improve its quality. The condensing of the pellet required time, and Qinxiang had to spend an entire day to condense it. I finally succeeded. Qinxiang took out a small bead that glimmered with a golden white light. It looked like a crystal. This Xian core should be considered as a mid-grade emperor-level Xian core. Qinxiang could not help but reveal a smile. Previously, after consuming the Emperor Profound Core, his Heart of the Profound Way had also improved a lot. If he had eaten the mid-grade Emperor Profound Core now, he had a 70% chance of being able to cultivate it. To be able to refine a mid-grade Emperor level pill in 3 days, he is truly amazing. In the past, I heard that it would take at least a month to refine a low-grade Emperor Dan. Yang Xiangyin exclaimed, "Hee, don't you know who is concocting pills?" Qinxiang laughed. "Your master is not like those alchemists." After Qinxiang consumed this 9-yang Emperor Profound Core, he suddenly activated his cultivation technique, preparing to refine the energy into the Heart of the Profound Way. Once the 9-yang Emperor Profound Core released a wave of medicinal power, Qinxiang could immediately feel the difference in the Juyang Dao power. Previously, Du Shaoling told Qinxiang being 10 times stronger was this, but now he felt that it wasn't just 10 times stronger. He estimated that it was at least 15 times stronger. As long as I succeed, I can rely on this Juyang Dao power to kill a large number of black hairs human. At this time, Qinxiang was a little excited. He quickly refined it. 2 days later, Qinxiang, who was bare-chested, emitted a faint white light from where his heart was. He had already mastered the inner workings of the heart, and it was even the 9 suns. His mysterious Dao heart had already turned into the mysterious heart of the 9 suns. It was far more powerful than the previous mysterious heart. It's a success. Qinxiang secretly channeled his spirit energy and had his 9-yang mind palace transform it. After that, he looked down at his chest and only saw a white light emitting from his heart, and he could clearly feel that his spirit energy had become much stronger after being transformed by the 9-yang heart gem. Of course, this was compared to the profound Tao power that he had angered himself to use before. What he was releasing now was the Juyang Dao power. It's done. We can go out and give it a try. Qinxiang clenched his fists, put on his clothes, and walked out of the secret room. The moment he walked out of the secret chamber, he saw the 2 spies. "Brother Shin, we have something important to discuss with you. This place is not very convenient. Can we talk inside your secret room?" One of the tall and skinny men said. Qinxiang thought for a while, then said, "No problem." Just thinking about it with his knees, he knew that these 2 spies wanted to kill him, and he also had thoughts of taking action against these 2 spies. See 2561. See 2561, both of them were from the Daozong realm. So of course Qinxiang wasn't their match, but he was confident in defeating him. After he entered the secret room, he anxiously took out a red box, and at this time he was facing the other 2. The 2 spies were completely unable to see him take out the red box. Moreover, they were also tightly closing the stone door, and at the same time, they were also releasing an array formation. They were worried that there would be a large commotion later. Qinxiang pinched a small amount of silvery white powder from within the red box, then secretly circulated his energy, releasing the power of creation flame, allowing the flames to leak out from the fingertip that was pinching the silvery white powder. The intense flames burned the silvery white powder. When the silvery white powder found a place to burn, it turned into smoke and drifted into the secret room, producing a faint fragrance. "My 2 friends, what is the important matter?" Qinxiang turned around, smiled lightly, and took a whiff. He could smell a very faint fragrance. This was the poison that Du Shaoling had previously given him, called Drunken Sky Powder. As long as one smelled even a little bit of this, their entire body would be powerless and they would be unable to circulate their energy. Of course, these 2 spies had also smelled it. Just as they were about to make their move, they felt their bodies go soft, and then both of them collapsed onto the ground. You, What poison is this? A man had to use all his strength to say this. You want to know? I just won't tell you. Qin grinned and said, You must be spies, right? I came here once before to try and kill me, but I didn't see you. The two men looked at Qin as they laid on the ground, their hearts filled with extreme terror. At this time, they recalled the fragrance that they smelt just now. They never thought that it would be such a terrifying poison that could knock them down. And what caused them to feel fear was that their divine soul were rapidly declining. If this continued, their divine soul would become extremely weak, and at that time, they would be no different from ordinary people. Qin chuckled and used soul-absorbing devil spell on them, devouring their energy. At the same time, he checked their memories. They are all from the Daozong realm. Be careful when you use it on them. Bai Yuyu reminded Yunche. She had been cultivating earlier and had only just awakened. Got it, said. She knew that the devouring magic kung fu was Pa-S, said on to her by Bai Yuyu, and those two people's cultivation were much stronger than Qin. Furthermore, Qin was able to absorb two of them at the same time. These two traders were now tormented to the point of living a life worse than death, because Qin devoured their energy as though he was slowly cutting into their souls. That was the pain that came from the depths of their souls. Qin was only able to devour the Tao pills and the fleshly body Tao soul of the divine Sensei S. Furthermore, he had to release a very strong world creation flame to filter out the energy, which was equivalent to purification. The memories of these two traders were quickly devoured by Qin. Previously, he was still worried that the other two palaces had traders, but now it seemed like only this palace had them. Devil Wasteland and Black Hairs Human were awakened by Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, and when the Black Hairs Human evolved into a leader, they contacted the leaders and formed an agreement with them. They didn't know the specifics of the agreement, they only knew a few things. As long as they knew that the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family and the Black Hairs Human were united, the three great native bank S would think of a way to deal with the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. However, Qin guessed that the three great native bank S wouldn't start a war with the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, because the Black Hairs Human was about to break out of the seal very soon, and he would be an ally of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. During the process of absorbing, Qin constantly refined that power and unknowingly stepped into the fifth level of the Tao per realm. Although he had stepped into the fifth layer, Qin did not stop because the other party still had a lot of energy left in his body. The two traders who had been devoured were in great pain. At this moment, they were both crying out in their hearts. In their next lives, they would no longer be traders. Of course, this was on the premise that they still had another life. Just like this, Qin had devoured for an entire night, and finally he had devoured enough. Go to ashes. Qin threw the two traders into the chuangs. H-I+G. Oh, defurnace and burn them to ashes. Then Qin removed the fragrance from the drunken sky drunken wine and walked out of the secret room. Coming out from the secret room, Qin felt refreshed. Breaking through 2 stages in a row made him very satisfied, but he could not use this method to devour as much as possible. Qin arrived at the top of the palace and stood at the very top. He could see the Black Hairs Human around the palace. 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. The bowstring trembled, and the white light beam formed by Qin shot out. The instant it shot out, it exploded into a flash, and under the control of Qin consciousness, it transformed into countless white arrows and pierced through the hearts of the numerous Black Hairs Humaness in the blink of an eye. Boo! Oh. Tens of thousands of Black Hairs Humans' heart were pierced through by the arrows condensed by the Jiang Dao power at the same time, and they exploded at the same time, shaking the entire ground. Just now, there were many people who saw Qin run up to the roof. Previously, they knew that Qin had used a bow and arrow to attack the Black Hairs Human from afar. But now that they saw such a large commotion, they immediately knew it was Chen Xiang's doing. The Juyang Dao power is indeed powerful, although it is separated into small arrows and contains a lot of Juyang Dao power that can easily penetrate the black hare's human's defenses and pierce through the heart. Chen Xiang was secretly pleased when he saw tens of thousands of black hare's human exploding. So he pulled the arrow, used the Dao heart eye to lock onto black hare's human's heart, and released the bowstring. Another loud explosion rang out. More than 10,000 black hare's human S exploded as well, turning into dust and smoke. That piece of land was also shattered as a large piece of it caved in. Chen Xiang's 2 arrows did not consume much force, but it produced a huge impact, and the power intimidated the people hiding in the 3 palaces. They knew that Chen Xiang was not simple. They never expected him to be so terrifying. Many of them were cultivators of Dao sect, and when they were fighting with the black hare's human outside, they knew that it was not easy to deal with them. But now, Chen Xiang had wiped out a large part of it with just 2 arrows, even cutting GRA. S was not as easy as he did. So. Chen Xiang pulled out a few arrows consecutively and killed all of the black hare's human S that were surrounding the palace. The cultivation base of a Dao sovereign should appear. Chen Xiang stood at the highest point of the palace and looked around. Suddenly, he felt a weak fluctuation in S, P, A, C, and immediately concentrated in that direction. He saw the S, P, A, C there tremble like a wave, and a large group of black hare's human appeared. He immediately used the Dao heart eye to lock onto Jean Xian's biggest arrow, and then shot it out. Boom! The black hare's human produced a very intense explosion, turning the surrounding black hare's human into black smoke. Chen Xiang guessed that the one he was targeting was the transmission master. C-2562. C-2562. Chen Xiang's strength had suddenly increased by a lot, causing many disciples to be confused. Previously, when they saw that Chen Xiang was still relatively weak, they could only kill the black hare's human S one by one. But now they could kill them one by one. It was obvious that their abilities had increased by a lot over the past few days. Chen Xiang stood on top of the palace. As long as a black hare's human came over, he would immediately shoot them. His shooting speed was very fast, and his aiming was very accurate. In just a short moment, he had already shot through several waves. I wonder how long it will take before we can stop. There are so many of these fellows, and their overall strength is very strong as well. If we do not have an effective way to deal with them, then with so many black hare's human S running out, the consequences can be imagined. Chen Xiang was already able to meet the Devil Wasteland's barrier. After it was broken, what would it be like for these black hare's human S to run to the new 8 wastelands? The surrounding black hare's human were all shot and killed by the 9 soaring sky divine Bao. So the leader of the black hare's human seemed to have sent something, because there were no news of the waves that they had sent out. Chen Xiang waited for an hour, but no black hare's human came over. It was clear that he knew of the situation here, which meant that he would need to send even more powerful black hare's human over. I wonder if there will be a leader or something. Chen Xiang was a little worried. The black hare's human leaders were all cultivators. Of course, the defenses of these 3 palaces were also very strong, and even the leaders would be able to hold on for a while. Those 3 manor lords might not be able to protect themselves right now. If there's nothing else, you should go to the sacred wasteland and call for reinforcements. You must not go look for them. Bai Yu said. At this time, she had already understood the dangers of Devil Wasteland, and she definitely could not let Chen Xiang take the risk. Chen Xiang nodded and said, I know my duty now is to protect these 3 palaces well. After all, these disciples were here to gather experience, and could be considered to be a relatively outstanding group of the 3 great native Bankas. It was just that because there was a traitor amongst them, they miscalculated. Originally, they had only planned to come here secretly, and it would be safer this way since they were right next to the barrier. However, the traitor had snitched on them, causing the 3 palaces to be surrounded and attacked by a large number of Black Hare's human-s. Qin Xiang took out the communication jade symbol paper and sent a message to Fan S. H. I plus Xn. Villa Master Fan, how can I turn these 3 palaces into small rooms? This way I can bring them out too. My side is already much better now. Even Black Hare's human was killed by me. He had only waited a short while before Fan S. H. I plus Xn gave him a reply. If you want to make the palace smaller, you need to know a spell. I can teach you. Fan S. H. I plus Xn then Pa S. said down 3 incantations to Qin Xiang and asked, how are your Black Hare's human killed? We'll talk about this later. I'll get the 3 palaces out first. Qin Xiang said before he entered a secret room in the palace. To enter this room, he also needed to chant an incantation. Qin Xiang chanted an incantation, and the door opened. Then he entered and chanted that incantation again. After he teleported out, he saw a small room made of jade. It was a miniature palace. He picked it up and entered a neighboring palace. He came to the palace, notified the disciples inside, and then shrunk the palace. Very quickly, the 3 palaces were turned into small houses by him. He immediately took out his 6 realms mirrors and rode it towards the barrier. Now he was a lot more assured at least the people in these 3 palaces would not die. However, when he neared the spirit formation, he suddenly felt a very strong spatial fluctuation behind him. Then a very terrifying aura came. Leader. Qin Xiang was shocked. He immediately channeled the power of the white tiger scar and executed a long-distance white tiger leap. It was also in just an instant, and he had already jumped out of the barrier. But at this moment he turned around and realized that a very large pit had appeared in the place he was standing just now, and above the hole floated a Black Hare's human dressed in black armor. His entire body was releasing a powerful and terrifying aura, and the killing intent and death aura that he emitted could actually penetrate the barrier, made Qin Xiang feel a little afraid. That was close. Qin Xiang was panic-stricken. If he was slightly slower, he would have died inside. He's probably not a leader, but his group are similar to Dao sovereigns. They are also a team. Bai Yu said, from within the Yu Yao mountain villa, she could feel the aura coming from the barrier. Qin Xiang had even planned to stroll around the Devil Wasteland, but now that he saw this group of people, he didn't dare go back immediately. Although he knew that these 20-odd Black Hare's human S were unable to pass S through the barrier, he was still stared at by more than 20 pairs of eyes and inwardly felt Guseb. MPS all over his body. He rode on the 6 realms mirrors and sped up his teleportation to leave this place. After running for a while, he finally reached the 3-money divine city. The 3 third masters were currently in the Devil Wasteland. Qin Xiang felt that they were all either trapped or in a difficult situation. Qin Xiang went to the 3-money divine city, found an open SPAC, and released the 3 palaces. After that, he told a few elders to go there. Those were all elder-type characters, and told them to go to the sacred wasteland to contact the 3 great native bank to get stronger people. Otherwise, the 3 manor lords would die there. What's next? Are you still going to the Devil Wasteland? Bai Yu asked. Of course I'm going. If I were by myself, I would definitely be safer, and I don't know when the other strong warriors of the 3 native bank will make their move. I don't want to wait for them, so I'll go in and take a look. Qin Xiang said. Then you must be careful. I feel that the perception of the Black Hare's human S are also very strong. Bai Yu said. Qin Xiang, who was about to take action, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Recalling the Black Hare's human team that almost killed him, he felt fear in his heart. I'm going to find Sister Bai Ling, Qin Xiang said. Xiao Beiling was still there, and he quickly arrived at Du Xiaoling's underground poison palace. He saw Xiao Beiling playing with a red spider. Seeing that Qin Xiang had arrived, Xiao Beiling immediately threw the palm-sized spider towards him. Chun Xiang was afraid of these furry spiders the most, so he quickly avoided them. Little scoundrel, it's not long now, and you're already at the 6th level of Dao Per Realm. So fast! Did you eat some kind of miracle medicine? Xia Beiling chuckled. Isn't it still eating S-H-I plus Padan? Chan Xiang said, Sister Beiling, can you follow me to Devil Wasteland? I have a friend who was trapped inside. I almost died inside. Hearing Qin Xiang's words, Xia Beiling laughed. Are you afraid now, and do not dare to go in by yourself? Qin Xiang curled his lips, then nodded. I'm afraid of death, so I came to find you. Can you come with me now? Just then, Du Xiaoling walked out from the small hut and said, Bai Ling needs to bathe in my medicinal bath every day. She needs to cultivate her impenetrable physique, so she cannot go. C. 2563. C. 2563 by Ziqian also nodded his head. This cannot be interrupted. If it is interrupted, then I will have to start from the beginning. Those medicinal liquids were all concocted with great difficulty by Master. Chun Xiang sighed helplessly. Seems like I can only go by myself. Du Xiaoling smiled slightly. Bai Ling cannot go, but I can go with you. I can leave the matter of soaking the medicinal liquid to Ziqian. Du Xiaoling was much stronger than him. Upon hearing that, Chen Xiang was pleasantly surprised and immediately nodded his head. With Du Xiaoling following them, he was not worried about the strong black hair's human team. Little scoundrel, don't bully my master. Bai Ziqian glared at Qin Xiang and snorted. Only she can bully me. How can I bully her? Qin Xiang laughed. She said that she wanted to see the outside world. For the past few years, she stayed here all the time and rarely went out, but now that she had broken free from that shackle, she could finally go out and take a look. Although she was one of the natural law divine spirit, she had never seen this world, and had frequently visited and destroyed it. If Chen Xiang wasn't in a hurry to go to Devil Wasteland, he would have definitely flown there all the way, in order to let her see more of the scenery. But right now he was in a hurry. Even so, Du Xiaoling was still very happy. When he was near the Devil Wasteland, Du Xiaoling frowned slightly. The atmosphere ahead is really depressing. Is that the Devil Wasteland? Qin Xiang had also told her about the black hairs human before, and she had learnt about it from him. And there are not only many black hairs human inside, but they are also very scary. Once they come out, the new 8 wastelands outside will definitely be annihilated. Chan Xiang sighed. He was already outside the Devil Wasteland. As long as he said through the barrier, he would be able to enter the Devil Wasteland. His current entrance was not the same place as last time. There were many strong black hairs, human there. Qin Xiang would try his best to avoid them. He also did not want to see Du Xiaoling fighting and killing. This is a place that should release the poison the most. However, the heavenly Dao is not so certain. Du Xiaoling also felt very helpless. Chen Xiang used the power of the white tiger Dao mark and penetrated the barrier, once again entering the Devil Wasteland. Elder sister Xiaoling, I might have to trouble you for what's coming next. Chan Xiang said, the black hairs human in here are extremely powerful. Even if I am to hide, they will find out. Qin Xiang was currently controlling the 6 realms mirrors to release a barrier. This barrier had made them transparent and also concealed the qi inside the barrier. If not for his strong perception, it would be difficult to detect him. All right, I understand. Du Xiaoling nodded. Qin Xiang had also used counter power a bit, allowing the array formation released by the 6 realms mirrors to have a better effect of concealment. Qin Xiang, have you used the poison I gave you before? Du Xiaoling suddenly asked. I've used Drunken Heaven powder. Qin Xiang laughed. The effect is not bad. With just a little bit, you already knocked out 2 Dao Zong realm people. The Drunken Heaven powder is rather mild. It's best to use both the heart-devouring bone poison and the heaven's divination poison as much as possible. As Du Xiaoling said this, he took out a red box and smiled. This is heaven's drunken wine. I think this box is easier to use. Let me give it to you for a bit more. Thank you, elder sister Shaoling. Qinxiang accepted it and immediately smiled in gratitude. In the past, Qinxiang had also used this type of unique poison called drunk D magical poison, which was refined using drunk D flower S. However, he rarely used it later on because it was very difficult to increase the poison level in drunk D flower S. But that kind of drunk D flower, Qinxiang still retained this. Elder sister Shaoling, I used this kind of poison frequently in the past. It was refined using this kind of flower. Qinxiang took out the beautiful drunk D flower. Du Shaoling took it and placed it on his nose to smell it, then laughed. Drunken sky powder is also made with this kind of flower. Qinxiang was shocked and said, How is that possible? This flower is already very difficult to cultivate. I had previously planted it for a period of time, but I did not make any progress. Not just the drunk D magical poison, but the other strange poisons were like this as well. Du Shaoling laughed. That's because you don't know how to grow flowers, and there are 3 growth processes for these flowers. You were at the peak of the first process of growth previously, so you were unable to let the flowers S that stage. Thus there was no progress. Of course, this poisonous flower is different from the medicinal herbs used to forge pills. It is difficult to overcome bottlenecks in cultivation, and I haven't planted many of these flowers in the past few years. Du Shaoling said, I have the creator's well. This shouldn't be a problem, right? Qinxiang said, That won't do. I was able to condense the creation D spring, but it was still very difficult for me to cultivate it. So it's impossible for you to cultivate it in bulk. Du Shaoling shook his head. If you need it, then come find me. I have it here. As he said that, Du Shaoling took out a very red flower and gave it to Qinxiang, saying, This is the heaven-sinking strange flower. The fragrance is extremely strong. There are other people in your divine sense sea world. It's best not to plant them. It'll harm them. Qinxiang nodded his head. Now he understood why the box that held the drunken heaven powder was red in color. Recalling the many strange things he had obtained before, a kind of eclipse powder thing appeared in Qinxiang's mind. It was something that was refined using the leaf tree juice on top of the broken soul tree, and so on. Elder sister Shaoling, have you heard of broken soul tree? Qinxiang took out a piece of a broken soul tree's branch. I've never heard of it, but I'm very familiar with it. Do you have any leaves? Du Shaoling looked at the branch that Qinxiang handed to her, and she could smell a faint scent. Qinxiang took out a few more leaves. So it's the eclipse tree. I didn't expect you to have such a thing. Du Shaoling was a little surprised, but your heaven eclipsing tree is still too tender. Qinxiang had not had any special cultivation in a long time, and it was also because he had been careless because he had a lot of things to do. What level of power do you need? Qinxiang immediately asked. I used to use the things on this tree to refine something called eclipse powder. It's very powerful. This heaven eclipsing tree is also a type of poison. I used to have it, but it was planted to the end and destroyed. Du Shaoling said, At the very least, it needs to be planted to attract the attention of the heavenly Tao Doom S. It's not easy to the heavenly Tao Doom S. You will know after you have planted it. Qinxiang nodded. Then had Chu Hongqing move the heaven eclipsing tree from a corner to a place close to the creation divine, to cultivate it. After entering the devil wasteland for a while, Qinxiang took out a piece of communication jade symbol paper. Qinxiang, what's the situation over there? Have you moved out of the 3 palaces yet? It's getting more and more dangerous inside, and I don't know why, but the evil wasteland and the evil wasteland are fused together. This was Fan S. H.I. plus Xian's voice. C. 2564. C. 2564 Qinxiang immediately sent a message to Fan S. H.I. plus Xian. telling him that he had taken out the 3 palaces. He also told the elders inside to inform the experts of Sacred Wasteland and asked them where to look for the location of the palaces at the same time. Qin Xiang did not immediately receive a reply. The previous message was also from Fan S, H, I, plus Xan a while ago. He could only receive it when he was near. This is big trouble. The evil wasteland and the devil wasteland actually merged together. Qin Xiang frowned. How is that possible? To actually combine 2 ancient wastelands, this requires a very powerful strength to do so. It's made by ASPACGOD, Du Xiaoling said. Only spatial GODs have such power. When the ancient desolation left previously, it was him and the time GOD that joined hands. Elder Sister Xiaoling, I heard from the natural law divine spirit that among all the divine spirits, only your power remains. As a result of the heavenly Tao, all the other divine spirits' power has weakened. Is that true? Qin Xiang asked. It's true, but the division of labor for each GOD is different. I am regarded as having no decline in power, mainly because the poison is still in my hands, and poison is my strongest power. Of course, my own power has not declined, and I don't know the reason why. Du Xiaoling said, but from the looks of it, my power is not the only one that has not declined. SPACGOD, Qin Xiang said. What's going on with this guy? Could it be that he doesn't share the same heart as you GODs? Du Xiaoling shook his head. No, the spatial divine spirit is a very special existence. I can only see him at every divine spirit gathering. Furthermore, he has been absent a few times, so the time divine spirit is not as mysterious as him. The reason the devil wasteland and the evil wasteland were fused together was obviously to allow the combined power of the 2 ancient black hairs, humaness, to break the sun barrier as soon as possible. Is the spatial D helping the black hairs human? It's obvious that he is helping the black hairs human by doing so. Qin Xiang was a little angry. He can't do this kind of thing. Du Xiaoling did not continue, but Qin Xiang understood what she meant. Previously, Du Xiaoling was also unable to control himself, and this SPAC deity was now as well. The heavenly Tao ordered him to do so. Qin Xiang looked at the dark gray sky. It should be said that it was meant to be balanced. After that, the heavenly Tao caused him to do so. The heavenly Tao no longer has any consciousness. It only knows how to balance. This balance is no longer the balance from before. Du Xiaoling said, right now, there should be someone using this natural balance between the powers of the heavenly Tao to do evil, right? Bai Yuyu suddenly said, this is already very obvious. When the heavenly Tao was first created, it had already set up a balanced law within the power of the laws, mainly to ensure the harmonious operation of the heavenly Tao. Du Xiaoling nodded his head. Yes, but someone discovered the loophole, so they used this powerful force. No one could resist against this power, and in the end, the entire heavenly Tao was destroyed. Could it be that this was done by the heaven wasteland aristocratic family? Clearly, all of this was planned. The group of DS powers were weak and immediately weakened. Even if they knew of their scheme, it would be useless. Qin Xiang frowned. Qin Xiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly in the middle of the devil wasteland, and its speed wasn't very fast either, because he wanted to find Fan S, H, I plus XIN, and the others. Boom! A shockwave suddenly came over. Qin Xiang's 6 realms mirrors shook intensely, and the invisible array formation covering the 6 realms mirrors also disappeared, meaning that they were now exposed within the devil wasteland. It's them. Qin Xiang saw the group of black hairs human that were dressed in black armor. They had a unique and powerful aura. They just arrived. You've been discovered, Du Xiaoling said. She was not anxious at all. With a wave of her hand, she released a crystal clear powder. Qin Xiang only saw a small amount of powder, but when the powder floated in the air, it actually increased continuously in a few blinks of an eye, It was like a sandstorm that swept towards the group of black hairs human, instantly enveloping them. Chun Xiang looked at Du Shaoling. Du Shaoling was currently very serious, as if he was controlling something. Then he looked at the large expanse of crystal powder that covered the sky and the earth. "What is this thing? It's so amazing," Chun Xiang exclaimed. "Evil spirit poison. It has a very strong corrosive poison power. Furthermore, after absorbing the evil spirit energy, it can quickly multiply and increase in power. The Devil Wasteland is filled with a very rich demonic energy. This is a good environment for the evil spirit poison to grow." Du Shaoling said, "And these evil demon and spirit poison were all raised by me using my blood. So no matter how much is produced, it is all under my control." It was Chun Xiang's first time seeing such a strange poison, and his first time knowing someone used poison this way. Du Shaoling controlled the growing evil spirit poison and attacked the group of black hairs human. Black hairs human's body emitted a black chi upon being touched by the poison, and was completely corroded by it. Although the poisonous smoke that was constantly attacking them could dissipate a lot. Once they absorbed the evil demon's power, the poison quickly increased in intensity. Previously, the group of black hairs human that Chun Xiang was afraid of had, in a few moments, been covered by the spirit poison that Du Shaoling released. The spirit poison was like a white ball of light that emitted a transparent light. It looked extremely beautiful, and even black hairs human, who was inside, did not know how she was doing. Using the Dao Heart Eye, Chun Xiang was able to see that there were a lot of big gene X and S inside, but the light emitted by gene XN was weakening bit by bit and was being corroded by the spirit poison. Very quickly, those gene X and S had completely disappeared. The sparkling spirit poison also dispersed, and the black hairs human that was previously wrapped up by the spirit poison had already disappeared. But the spirit poison had increased in number. Du Shaoling took out a silver bottle and told Chun Xiang to put away the defensive array before controlling the spirit poison to enter the bottle. Chun Xiang swallowed his saliva in shock. Just now, Du Shaoling had only released a handful of this spirit poison, but now that he had retracted so many, it took him a whole moment to collect all of them. So powerful! Chun Xiang exclaimed. Du Shaoling laughed lightly. "This is my more ordinary poison, but it's very beautiful. I like to use it." Chun Xiang shuddered. Previously, this Du Shaoling had always given him a very innocent feeling, but now it seemed that he was naturally darkened. "It's best not to let Sister Bai Ling know. This guy will definitely pester you to teach her." Chun Xiang immediately said, "Don't call her that. She likes to play so much. She will act recklessly." I know. Where is your friend? I haven't answered you yet." Du Shaoling asked. "I forgot to let you live. That way, I might be able to find a way to get their information from the black hairs human." Chun Xiang never thought that Du Shaoling would be able to kill off that group of powerful black hairs human so quickly, to the point where not even dregs remained. See 2565. See 2565, seeing how Du Shaoling was able to easily kill off those very powerful black hairs human. Chun Xiang suddenly felt that these black hairs human were not that scary after all. Don't let your guard down. All these black hairs human were the natural law guardians back in the day. There was a mistake later on, but their strengths are still there. It's not a coincidence that they know how to evolve themselves. Du Shaoling said in a serious voice, "I think there must be some kind of power behind this power that is supporting these natural law guardians to complete their evolution." Chun Xiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to continue flying. He only wanted to find Fan S, H, I, plus XIN and the rest quickly. Fan S, H, I, plus XIN and Chun Xiang's relations. H, I, plus P was not bad and could be considered to be taking care of Chun Xiang. Now that he was in trouble, Chun Xiang would not sit by and do nothing, so he anxiously wanted to say Fan S, H, I, plus Xan. "Elder sister Shaoling, wait a moment. If I meet another one of those strong fellows, can I capture him alive?" Chun Xiang said, I feel like they will be here very soon. I want to ask them if they are really my friends. Du Xiaoling nodded his head. No problem. At that time I will leave you the strongest. Sure enough, just as Chun Xiang had guessed, after that wave of black hairs, human S had been exterminated. Another wave quickly appeared. Du Xiaoling immediately took action. But this time the poison she released was not the demonic spirit poison from before, but a large group of golden wasps. These bees were not that big and were just like ordinary bees. The only difference was that their outer bodies emitted a golden glow, which didn't seem to be poisonous at all. Elder Sister Xiaoling, is this not a problem? These bees can easily be killed. Chun Xiang was a little worried. After all, this was something raised by Du Xiaoling. I won't. Du Xiaoling laughed lightly. After the golden hornet swarm flew over, they attacked one of the black hare's human S with a ball of black qi, seemingly carrying a very powerful force. Just as it was about to envelop the golden hornet swarm, the horde suddenly disappeared. He himself was an expert in the use of spatial energy, but just now he did not feel any spatial energy at all. Go. Where did he go? Chun Xiang looked around carefully and then asked in surprise. It's inside that guy's body. Du Xiaoling gave a sweet smile. You'll know once you keep watching. The black hare's human, who was attacking the swarm of bees earlier, was wearing a set of armor and looked a little strange. He actually turned around and rushed towards one of his comrades, and then he punched his companion. Just now, Chun Xiang had seen very clearly that when that black hare's human punched, the golden light emitted by his fist was the same as that of a swarm of bees. That golden light was extremely corrosive, and anything that the light touched would melt, so that fist could easily pierce through a black hare's human's thick armor and pierce through his body. The other black hare's human S felt that something was amiss and started to attack in succession. It was also at this moment that the black hare's human who had killed his comrade suddenly exploded, and as it exploded, a golden light flashed, and a swarm of bees gushed out from the black hare's human's body and burrowed into the bodies of the other black hare's human S. All right, they're all under my control now. Du Xiaoling laughed. Chun Xiang had yet to react, but he could guess what it was. Those golden wasps had a special kind of power that allowed them to drill into their bodies and control that person. What the L is going on? Chun Xiang still didn't understand, especially when the swarm of bees disappeared. It was as if he had teleported. This is the poison heart DB that I raised. The large group of wasps that you saw are all illusions. The poison heart DB is actually very small. Du Xiaoling opened her jade palm, only to see a very, very small grain, like an extremely small grain. This will confuse the enemy and will allow them to attack freely. However, the true poison heart DB has already drilled into the enemy's heart and then entered the divine sense C from the enemy's heart, thus controlling the enemy. Su Yun said in a low voice. Du Xiaoling said, How amazing! Chun Xiang had already seen how powerful the evil demon poison was, and now that he saw such a novel thing, he couldn't help but praise it. The 6 realms mirrors flew to the side of one of the black hare's human S, and Chun Xiang asked, Is there really no problem with that? Du Xiaoling nodded. These black hare's human S had all been invaded by her poison heart DBs, and were already under her control. Chun Xiang then used the soul-absorbing devil spell on one of the black hare's human S to search through its memories and quickly found any information related to Fan S. HI plus Xan. Fan S. HI plus Xan, and the rest were trapped in a piece of barren mountain, surrounded by black hare's human, with 10s of the more powerful ones among them. As for Fan S, HI plus Xan and the other 2 Villa Masters, they were not weak either. They could withstand those black hare's human S, but they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Now, these dozens of black hare's human S were all previously involved in surrounding and attacking Fan SH plus Xn, but they were only sent to chase after him. I know where it is. Qin Xiang said. Yes. Du Xiaoling nodded her head. She then waved her jade hand, and all of the black hair's humaness suddenly released a golden light that shot into the jade case in Du Xiaoling's palm. Du Xiaoling retracted the poison heart divine bee, and the dozen or so black hair's human-s that had turned into golden fog dissipated. They should have died. Why don't you control them? Qin Xiang asked. He had already controlled the 6 realms mirrors and flew to the desolate mountain where Fan S. H. I plus Xn was. The poison heart G. Oh, DB is also very tired. If we keep controlling it like this, it will cause great harm to it and it won't last for too long. Du Xiaoling said. Qin Xiang teleported a few times and he saw a barren mountain. There were thick, pitch-black clouds shrouding the entire mountain, and purple lightning bolts were produced unceasingly, causing the desolate mountain to be shrouded in an extremely scary atmosphere. Boom! 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 A tremor suddenly came out from the desolate mountain. It was as though an intense battle had broken out. When Qin Xiang heard the noise, he immediately teleported over. Just as they walked over, they saw Fan S. H. I plus Xn with his hair in disarray, holding a jade S. H. I plus Ning sword in his hand, fighting against the 3 black hairs human S. Fan S. H. I plus Xn's strength was very strong, and he could easily handle 3 of these black hairs human S, while the other 2 Villa Masters were also like this. Currently, the 3 Villa Masters were fighting with the 9 black hairs human S. There are a lot of black hairs human S here. Looks like this is an experiential learning field. Du Xiaoling looked around at his surroundings and said softly, Hurry and bring them away. Qin Xiang nodded his head and then secretly sent a sound transmission to Fan S. H. I plus Xin and the others, telling them to cooperate with him later. At first, Fan S. H. I plus Xin and the others were worried because Qin Xiang's cultivation was low. It was very dangerous for them to be here. However, they suddenly sensed a very powerful qi, and it was coming from Qin Xiang's direction. C. 2566. C. 2566 Fan S. H. I plus Xin and the others immediately rushed over to Qin Xiang's side, while Qin Xiang also controlled the 6 realms mirrors to teleport there. Under their tacit understanding, Qin Xiang instantly allowed them to enter the 6 realms mirrors. Where are the other disciples? Qin Xiang immediately asked, and at the same time teleported away. They're all inside our storage magic treasure. Fan S. H. I plus Xan said. All of these black hairs human S possess a very strong spatial energy. You must be careful. Of course Qin Xiang knew. He had been chased before, and the moment he teleported away, black hairs human had caught up, and there were a lot of them. Fan S. H. I plus Xin and the other 2 Villa Masters all saw Du Xiaoling. They were also clear that the powerful aura was coming from his body, but they did not ask about his ident. One, Tai, and only smiled at him in a friendly manner. Du Xiaoling smiled back at them in return. Originally, we planned to train here, but did not expect that we would become targets to train. In these past few days, we have fought with many of their black hairs human S, and they have completely treated us as targets to train with. Fan S. H. I plus Xn laughed bitterly. If it wasn't for them thinking that we are still of some value, they would have already ruthlessly attacked us. If it really comes to that, maybe we would have perished together with them. Pan Yuan sighed. Qin Xiang, you're still the best. Not only did you manage to escape with the 3 palaces, you can even save us. Regarding this, Fan S. H. I plus Xin and the others admired Qin Xiang from the bottom of their heart. I've already sent a message to Villa owner Fan, and a traitor has appeared among your disciples. Qin Xiang said, These 2 traitors were sent by the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. I also learned from them that the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family and the Black Hairs human have allied themselves. and that the fact that the black hair's human can awaken and evolve is probably all the doing of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. Fan S.H.I. plus Xan frowned. The moment we left the palace, we were followed, and when we left far away, they started to attack us, trapping us inside that barren mountain. At that time, we felt like we were being ambushed. I never thought that there would be a traitor within us. This is not something the three of us can handle now. We can only return quickly and inform the great landlord. We'll have to leave this to them. Chun Xiang said a little embarrassed. Said Li. I killed those 2 spies and they wanted to kill me secretly. The first time I tried to hide, I also planned to let you guys handle it, but after they failed, I didn't expect that it would happen a second time, and then I would finish them off. It's fine, let's go back and explain everything to great landlord. Fan S.H.I. plus Xian laughed. Qin Xiang had helped them greatly this time. If not, they might all die, which was not a small loss for the 3 native bank. Although the black hair's human continued to chase them from behind, Qin Xiang was not afraid of them. His speed was also much faster than the black hair's humans, and in a short while he arrived at the edge of the Devil Wasteland. This time, although Fan S.H.I. plus Xan and the others encountered a large setback when they entered, their gains were not small, which allowed them to have a better understanding of the power within the Devil Wasteland. But at this time, the Devil Wasteland and the Devil Wasteland had already merged. Right now, all they could do was to let the big cities strengthen their defenses, just like the cities in the profound wasteland. After leaving the Devil Wasteland, the 3 manor masters headed towards the sacred wasteland, while Chen Xiang took Du Shaoling to the Beast Wasteland. The atmosphere in the Beast Wasteland, on the other hand, was very different. The beasts here seemed to be very peaceful, as if they didn't know that the black hair's human was about to rush out. Returning to Du Xiaoling's underground poison palace, Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally rescued Fan S.H.I. plus Xian and the others. How is Devil Wasteland fun? Xia Beiling ran over and asked anxiously. Not fun, it's hidden inside. Du Xiaoling laughed, then patted Xia Beiling's face. Your impenetrable has improved quite well. Of course, I will definitely do what I need to do seriously. Xia Beiling said proudly. Elder sister Xiaoling, do the beasts in this beast wasteland know about the affairs of the black hair's human? Chun Xiang asked. The beasts at the top of the mountain all feel quite friendly. Do you want to inform them and have them be on their guard? Don't worry about them. They are very powerful. Du Shaoling laughed. I've told you before, I'm here to avoid harming many people. If my poison makes any mistakes here, the beasts above will sense it ahead of time and can quickly avoid it. The perception of beasts is much stronger than humans. If there was any disaster, then the beasts would know a lot earlier than humans. Furthermore, it was a very powerful beast. Du Shaoling continued to stay and guide by Ziqian and her, while Qin Xiang went to Heavenly Dragon City. The defenses of Heavenly Dragon City and hundreds of Flowers Village could be said to be extremely strong. Inside hundreds of Flowers Village, Shuexianxian and the others were extremely proficient in all kinds of big formation enchantments, and after receiving Long Jiuxiao's guidance, their advancement had become even more powerful. Long Jiuxiao could only mock himself for not having anything to teach them. Long Jiuxiao was from the Heavenly Divine Lord's previous life and was already a powerful being. Now he was also a Dao sovereign, and in this era he could lead a large group of dragons. Just as Qin Xiang was talking about the matters inside the Devil Wasteland with Long Jiuxiao, Long Shuangru and Xie Qiaoyan walked in. Qin Xiang, you are here too. I thought you were in Devil Wasteland. Xie Qiaoyan said, Dad, Qiao Qiao is here to get the medicinal materials. Long Shuangru said, the place in Heavenly Dragon City is big, and the herbs it cultivates are more than the one in hundreds of Flowers Village. Currently, many medicinal fields are growing medicinal herbs used to refine profound Dao Qingdan. Currently, profound Tao King Dan are also in urgent need. Long Jiuxiao said because cultivating the heart of the profound way was an urgent matter. It could effectively kill the black hairs human. Long Shuangru brought Xie Qiaoyan to get the medicinal ingredients, and Chen Xiang then told Long Jiuxiao about the 9-yang divine Tao heart, as well as showing the fruits of his cultivation. Seems like, Chen Xiang, you have a method to cultivate the mind souls faster. Long Jiuxiao laughed. Do you think that when the black hairs human attacks us, even we old fellows will be able to cultivate our mind? At least 2 pills for each of you. Of course. I will first let you cultivate them. Chun Xiang said. Long Jiuxiao was a Tao sovereign, and a powerful dragon at that, allowing him to cultivate his mental strength. When he used the Juyang Tao power, his killing power would increase even more. All right, I'll wait for your pill. Long Jiuxiao said. After we take care of black hairs human, we can go deal with him. At that time, we will know their real purpose. These guys are very sinister. See 2567. See 2567 to Qin Xiang. Refining pills quickly was not difficult at all, so he had already made preparations to challenge the limit. He followed Xie Qiaoyan and Long Shuangru back to the hundreds of Flowers Village. The mysterious 9-yang emperor pill is actually an emperor stage middle grade pill. To refine so many of them in such a short period of time, this is a test for us. Wu Qianqian chuckled. It seems like it's been a long time since we've worked together to refine pills. Chun Xiang said with a wry smile. It's even a test for me. It requires a lot of Emperor Profound pills, and it also requires Shui Xianxian and the others to refine. When they are setting up the formation, either they add Jiang Dao power or they join in when they're refining. It has a very good effect on the black hairs human. Then it will be the Ward G. Oh, D Squad. Sister Qilian and the other big sisters will have to take them as well. Then the Heavenly Dragon City will have to have many powerful warriors. Su Meiyao laughed. You will definitely hurry up and finish it. How about this, when we refine either S, H, I, plus Padan or Profound Tao King Dan, we will hand the 9-yang Emperor Profound Core over to you. You little scoundrel at critical moments can always create miracles. His words were not bad, so Qin Xiang decided to go all out. All of you temporarily stop refining Profound Tao King Dan and go refine the Emperor Profound Core. Chen Xiang replied, I'm worried that I won't be able to handle it myself when the time comes. It doesn't matter. We're going to refine the mysterious 9-yang Emperor pill sooner or later anyway. Right? These are all Emperor-level medicinal herbs. Do you have that many? Feng Yujie asked. Of course not, so I need your help. Give me all of your purple pearls. With the help of your purple pearls, this will certainly be a lot quicker. Qin Xiang took out more than 10 Dai-Profound Fruit S and a few Jiang earthly fruit. Each of you take one of them a little seriously. All of the women in the pill refining team knew about heavenly alchemy, so when Chen Xiang explained how to refine the Emperor Profound Core, they could all understand. Then, Feng Yujie left and started collecting purple pearls from all over hundreds of Flowers Village. When she came back, she had given Chen Xiang an enormous amount of purple pearls, and there were actually more than 10,000 of them. This made Chen Xiang extremely shocked. For now, there are so many of them. Currently, the sisters in our hundreds of Flowers Village can probably produce around 1,000 pills per day. Feng Yujie said, Enough. Qin Xiang had long since found LV Qilian and Pa S, set down the live slain method to many outstanding female disciples, and taught them to cultivate their life-killing divine deity so that they could condense purple pearls. Only then would they be able to quickly obtain a large amount of medicinal ingredients so that the refining team could refine them. Give me all of your profound Tao King Dan's medicine. There are even S, H, I, plus Padan S. Qin Xiang laughed. I'll show you what it means to use all your firepower. 3,000 portions of profound Dao King Dan's medicinal ingredients, and 5,000 portions of S.H.I. plus Padan. Are you sure you want to finish refining them all by yourself? Hua Xiangyue smiled charmingly. Don't be so tired. Du Yanyao said, I still have some here. Do you want some too? These girls already had some medicinal ingredients in their hands, and that was their mission in pill refining. Then Ji Linger, Hong Xia, and Wu Qianqian took out some medicinal ingredients and gave them to Qinxiang. Xie Qiaoyan then handed over what he had taken from Long Juxiao to him. There really are quite a few. Qinxiang looked at those medicinal herbs. Adding all of their ingredients together, there were more than 4,000 profound Dao King Dan-s, and even more than 6,000. Hua Xiangyue kissed Qinxiang's cheek and said smilingly, My master, don't be so exhausted. D.A.M. Naval Demon. Qinxiang grabbed her chest, then hurriedly left the small villa, so as to not be distracted by the two spirit demon beings, Su Meiyao and Hua Xiangyue. Sister Qilian, arrange a place for me to refine pills quietly. Yeah, the bigger ones would be better. When Chen Xiang came to LV Qilian's place, she saw that LV Qilian was currently training with the heart of profound spirit qi and knew that it was an urgent matter. Oh, how big is this place? LV Qilian asked. It would be best if it was a lobby. Someone who can store hundreds of pill furnaces. Qinxiang said. LV Qilian thought for a moment, then said, I'll bring you over to Hui Shan's place. All right. Qinxiang also didn't understand why LV Qilian wanted to arrange for him to go to Long Huishan's side, but he agreed anyway as he hadn't seen Long Huishan for a period of time. Long Huishan also really liked fighting, so she was part of the warg. OD team. However, during this period of time, the warg OD team had all returned, so it was best for them to make their final preparations. Bai Yuyu had also returned to the party now. She had improved a lot within the Yao Mountain Villa. After all, she had the pills Chu Hongqing had given her inside. It's a little cold. I don't know if it will affect you or not. LV Qilian brought Qinxiang to the belly of a mountain, and the cold aura immediately pounced on him, causing him to S.H.I. plus fur. The belly of the mountain was extremely S.P.A. Sias. It was much more S.P.A. Sias than what Qinxiang had requested. Standing tens of thousands of people was not a problem. Big Sister Hui Shan's place is really big. Qinxiang asked, Why does she want such a big place? When he finished speaking, a burst of cold air fell from above. Qinxiang raised his head and saw a gigantic ice dragon claw slapping towards him. Now he knew why Long Huishan's place was so big. Sister Huishan, aren't you a draconian? How did you become an ice dragon? Qinxiang asked in surprise. That ice dragon is my second divine sense. Long Huishan said as she walked in from behind Qinxiang. Qinxiang never thought that the ice dragon he saw was actually something inside Long Huishan's second divine sense, just like the heavenly beast inside his second divine sense. Not bad. Your ice dragon is getting stronger and stronger. LV Qilian said, It's still to be strengthened, but it's already Serpa. Said by Ancestor Ice Dragon. Long Huishan laughed, and the huge ice dragon suddenly turned into a white light and entered Long Huishan's body. Little scoundrel, what did you come find me for? Long Huishan asked. It's important. If I want to refine pills, I need a slightly bigger and quieter place, so Sister Qilian brought me here. Qinxiang said, Then refine it here with me. Can I also cultivate inside? Relax, I won't obstruct you. What's next is just to cultivate my heart of the profound. I won't release the icy, cold power. Long Huishan said, Of course, there's no problem, but I'm worried that I will obstruct you. The commotion caused by my pill refining might be very big. Qinxiang laughed. I'm fine. Long Huishan looked at LV Chilean and laughed. Chilean, you can stay here to cultivate as well. It just so happens that we can exchange pointers. LV Chilean laughed. I'm worried that it will distract Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang curled his lips. You two are not Xiang Yue and Sister Meiyao. What's there to be distracted about? Of course. Chen Xiang now felt that Bai Yuyu was the scariest one. The kind of temptation to create something from nothing was the most terrifying thing. He had already experienced it before. As expected, LV Chilean had moved here to cultivate. Qin Xiang felt that it would be good if he had them by his side, because it would be more boring if he were to continue concocting pills, so it would help to relieve his boredom. Looking at such a large area, Chen Xiang estimated the number of pill furnaces he could place. He had already used the Dewan refining method many times, but he had never refined a true 10,000 before. To him, this was definitely a huge challenge. C. 2568. C. 2568 the S. H. I. plus Padan that Qin Xiang wanted to refine were both high-grade king-level pellets. If it was in the past, this would be a challenge to him, but now it was extremely easy for him to refine one. After all, he was already able to refine mid-grade Emperor stage pills, and those were even more difficult. Chen Xiang, do you really need to use the Dewan refining method in such a big place? How many batches do you plan to refine? LV Chilean suddenly guessed something. She had seen the Dewan refining method that Chen Xiang used. The speed at which he refined pills could be said to be terrifying. I'm not sure yet, but I'm guessing it might take some time. Qin Xiang was currently calculating. He was very clear about his own strength, and at the same time was also clear about the consumption rate needed to refine SHI plus Padan. Therefore, he needed a rough estimate. Right now, he didn't have absolute confidence that he could concoct 10,000 pills at the same time. Moreover, there were two different methods. Seeing how serious Qin Xiang was, both LV Chilean and Long Huishan did not disturb him and continued to train in the heart of the profound way. Qin Xiang pondered for an entire 2 hours before letting out a long sigh. What's wrong? Hearing his sigh, LV Chilean opened his eyes and asked, My cultivation is still not enough. I feel like I'm still a bit off. Qin Xiang said, Seems like I need to train until Dao per realm level 10 first. Now that he was at the 6th level of the Dao Soul realm, he was not far off from it. It was just that he did not have that many SHI plus Padan on him right now. If you want to level up to the 6th level of Dao per realm, there must be a lot of SHI plus Padan, at least 500 of them. At the moment, we don't have that many. LV Chilean said. She had a better understanding of the pill's situation. Qin Xiang nodded his head. There are indeed a lot of SHI plus Padan that we need, but there is one way that we can do it even without using too many SHI plus Padan. What method? Long Huishan suddenly asked. We are currently only at the 3rd level of Dao per realm. We also want to quickly reach the 10th level and step into the Dao profound realm. So our current cultivation is considered very weak compared to this new 8 wastelands. Qin Xiang took out the Jutian Danding and chuckled. Of course it's to refine a high-quality pill. Not only can it be completed in a short period of time, the resulting pill will also have an extremely good effect. It had been a long time since Qin Xiang had used sublimation refining method and crash method to refine a high-quality pellet. If it wasn't for a special need, he really didn't want to do that. That would be a huge burden on his spirit. Of course, this was a special time. Even if he didn't want to refine it, he had to force himself to do so. Chen Xiang had a lot of SHI plus Padan's ingredients on him, and he had already begun to refine high-quality SHI plus Padan, and at the same time used his peak strength to do so. For hours later, when Chen Xiang opened the pill furnace, a burst of golden light shone out explosively. Qin Xiang took out a golden pellet from the furnace. The golden light emitted by the pellet gave off a feeling of suppression. Just a single pill was enough to make people feel fear. This caused LV Chilian and Long Huishan to be extremely surprised. They had previously consumed this extremely high-quality pill refined for them by Xie Qiaoyan several times. However, compared to Chun Xiang's current S.H.I. plus Padan, what Xie Qiaoyan had refined was just too weak. It is just an ordinary medicinal herb, but it has such a huge transformation in your hands. Long Huishan exclaimed, "Is this the difference between alchemist and himself?" Chan Xiang laughed. "Don't just look at how I've refined it for 4 hours. Those 4 hours of experience is equivalent to several years of experience for me." Chun Xiang used 3 crash S, the sublimation refining method, and the Juqian Danding. Eating the S.H.I. plus Padan, Chun Xiang's face changed. This was the first time he felt such a high-quality pill give him such a shock. The sudden outburst of medicinal power was so strong, it was almost as if it was going to destroy his entire body. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to suppress the powerful medicinal power. Chan Xiang was able to easily handle the medicinal power of the pill and easily circulate and refine it using the heavenly alchemy, which allowed him to easily suppress it. He had already unknowingly entered a state of cultivation. LV Chilian and Long Huishan were paying attention to the change in Chun Xiang's aura at this moment and were constantly increasing in intensity, which showed that the super high-quality S.H.I. plus Padan was having a very good effect. You can break through with just 1 pill. Long Huishan was extremely curious. If that's really the case, then he should be able to reach the 10th level of the Daopa realm within a few days. That should be it. This guy is becoming more and more terrifying. LV Chilian nodded. Chun Xiang cultivated all the way until midnight. At this time, he had already quickly finished refining the medicinal power and had broken through from the 6th level of the Daopa realm to the 7th. If he could continue at this speed, it would not be difficult for him to step into the Dao profound realm, and he wanted to step into it before the black hair's human breaks through the barrier. After raising his cultivation by 1 realm, Chun Xiang was also extremely energetic as he continued to refine high-quality S.H.I. plus Padan S. As my cultivation level increases, the quality of the pills I concoct will also increase by a lot. Chun Xiang thought because when he was refining it, he also needed to use up his own Dao power, especially when using crash method and sublimation refining method. The more powerful his Dao energy was, the better it would be. Had been trying to figure it out for many years. In this regard, he felt that even those old alchemists could not compare to him, especially so for his crash method. The crash method should have had a breakthrough. Chun Xiang had already completed the 3 crash, so he felt that he could try the 4 crash. He had previously imagined that there was no limit to the quality of the pills, from the first few dozen to hundreds to tens of thousands. This was how he slowly broke through, and in his theory, there was no limit to crash method. As long as he controlled it well, he would be able to carry out multiple collisions and continuously improve the quality of the refined medicinal herbs. 4 crash. Chan Xiang roared in his heart, and the medicinal powers of the condensed crystals he separated fiercely collided with each other. Boom! The Juqian Danding erupted with a violent vibration, causing the entire mountain to shake nonstop. Even though Chun Xiang used his spatial energy to block the energy, it still pierced through the mountain. "Are you all right?" LV Chilian asked anxiously. Long Huishan also stopped his cultivation and walked over, only to see Chun Xiang with his eyes closed looking solemn. Chun Xiang was almost unable to control himself just now, although it would not explode, but the force would definitely burst out from the lid of the furnace. C. 2569. C. 2569 LV Chilian pulled Long Huishan, allowing her to watch by the side. She also knew that Long Huishan was worried that something might happen to Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang was currently focused on refining pills. His entire mind was focused on the pill furnace, as though he was immersed in a state of immersion, so he did not hear Long Huishan's voice, nor did he feel the impact of the explosion. Refining this furnace of 4 crash S was extremely difficult, and was even harder than the Emperor Stage middle rank SHI plus Padan that Chunxiang had refined before. However, if it was refined, the quality of the SHI plus Padan would definitely be very shocking. When he was refining the pellet to the limit, Chunxiang was also very eager for speed, so right now he was using up a lot of energy every second in order to finish it within the expected amount of time. Even though he wasn't competing in pill refining, he still had high requirements for himself. This was because only then would he be forced to break through his limits, and Serpa, SS himself, 8 hours. Chunxiang spent 8 hours before finally completing a cauldron of SHI plus Padan S that had gone through 4 stages of crash. Although there was only one, the quality of this SHI plus Padan was extremely high. He should have condensed sedan. When Chunxiang opened the pill furnace, he could feel that the quality of the pills that could make it was high to a certain extent. This pill is even stronger than the previous one, Long Huishan said, staring at the SHI plus Padan in Chunxiang's hand. It seemed to be an illusion. This pill is more powerful than I imagined. This pill can form its own Tao soul. Chunxiang exclaimed, I never thought a pill could have this kind of effect. A pill with a Tao soul. When LV Chilian and Long Huishan heard this, both of them felt that it was unbelievable. Although they did not refine pills, they still understood a little about pills, but they had never heard of something like this before. Pills can be cultivated just like humans. Chunxiang laughed. Don't be surprised if one day I am able to refine a pill into an adult. No matter how surprised you are, it won't be too late. After Chunxiang finished speaking, he ate the pellet. He felt that the quality of the pellet was more than 2 times that of the previous one. So after eating it, he immediately went to control the medicinal strength to prevent himself from losing control. He had refined it for more than a day, and there was still a very strong medicinal power which he had yet to finish refining. Yet Chunxiang had broken through from the 7th level of the Daopa realm to the 8th level. This kind of breakthrough speed. Even Chunxiang felt that it was unbelievable. He realized that after being refined by crash method, the medicinal power would be different, and it would be even stronger than what was normally produced. Chunxiang had refined the last of the medicinal power, and it had taken him an entire day. But this had allowed him to directly break through to the 9th level of the Daopa realm, the 9th level of the Tao Soul realm. Chunxiang took a deep breath. Just a single pill was enough to make him level up 2 levels consecutively. Others would only be able to break through in tens or even hundreds of years. The pills you concoct seem to be even more powerful than Emperor Stage pills. Is that still SHI plus Padan? Long Huishan asked. It's SHI plus Padan, but it's not a high King Stage one. From the quality, it should be a high Emperor Stage one. Chunxiang said, I just need to eat 1 more pill, and I will be able to step into the 10th layer of the Tao Soul. As long as he entered the 10th stage of the Daopa realm, Chunxiang would have sufficient strength to refine 10,000 batches in one go. Currently, within his Yu Yao mountain villa, the Jiang earthly fruit were still in the process of being planted, and it would take a lot of time for it to grow. Chunxiang had the experience from last time, and the SHI plus Padan he was refining the 4 crash now was much more stable as well. Although it would still cause quite a bit of commotion, it was not as terrifying as last time. It was just that the time it took to refine the pill had not been shortened. Completing the pill refinement in 4 hours was already the limit of Chunxiang. Chunxiang then ate another SHI plus Padan refined with the 4 great crash S. This was a superior grade Emperor Stage pellet. Otherwise, it would not have such a strong medicinal power that allowed him to level up so quickly. To Chunxiang, all of this was not much, because there were still a lot of other aspects that needed to be broken through in the future. Daopa realm is at the 10th level. In just a few days, Chen Xiang had consecutively increased his strength by several levels, and his cultivation had also increased by a lot. Of course, compared to the Tao sect experts, he was still very weak, let alone someone with a respectful cultivation. So fast! Long Huishan said as she pouted her lips. She had trained so hard, and not a single stage had been broken through. Yet, she could only watch as Chen Xiang broke through in succession. This was all because Chen Xiang had managed to concoct such a powerful pill. Sister Huishan, don't be in such a hurry. When I finish my work, I'll refine those pills for all of you to eat. Chen Xiang laughed. Anyways, I need to practice this method more because I will need to use it frequently in the future. I need to get used to this method. Only when he was used to it would he not feel hardworking. Thus Chen Xiang decided to use the crash method to continuously break through the limits and refine higher quality pills. This S.P.A. Saya stone room was filled with magic method furnace. Each of the magic method furnace were filled with medicinal herbs and burned with raging flames. The 10,000 magic method furnace were all refining pills at the same time, and this was all controlled by one person. LV Chilian and Long Huishan were all dumbstruck when they saw this, at the same time concocting the myriad furnace pill. If they did not personally witness it, they would not have believed this to be true. Previously, Long Jiuxiao had always praised the refining team in the hundreds of Flowers Village as extremely strong, much stronger than the 3 native banks refining team. But now, with just Chen Xiang, who knows how many small pill refining teams he would have to take. If Chen Xiang could successfully refine these 10,000 batches of pills, it would be equivalent to Feng Yujie and the others refining for months. Chen Xiang had already calculated before that in order to do all this, he would need sufficient Tao energy to support it. Other than that, he would also need an extremely strong consciousness to do all of this, and only someone who had reached the 10th level of the Tao per realm would be able to do so. He had known the Dawan refining method for many years, but this was the first time he had undergone a true 10,000 refinements. This kind of feeling made him feel a sense of accomplishment and was also the feeling he pursued when he was refining pills. At this time, Long Huishan and LV Chilian did not have the mind to refine pills anymore. They were all seriously looking at the magic method furnace inside. To be able to witness such a shocking refining scene was extremely rare for them, and it was Chen Xiang who was doing it too. LV Chilian was also very proud in his heart. After all, the powerful alchemist was her man. In these 3 days, all the herbs in the magic method furnace had turned into glittering pellets. 10,000 magic method furnace. There were only a few pellets in each furnace. Right now, these tens of thousands of pellets were floating in the stone room like a resplendent sea of stars. Extremely beautiful. Completed. Chen Xiang laughed and then took out 2 large jade bottles and put in the profound Tao King Dan and the S.H.I. plus Padan respectively. After he was done, he gave the bottle to LV Chilian and smiled. Sister Chilian, give it to me. C. 2570. C. 2570 LV Chilian took the 2 bottles and then left the stone room. At the same time, she would distribute the pills to everyone so that they could raise their strength. Chen Xiang still had a lot of S.H.I. plus Padan's ingredients on hand, and he was going to refine the 4 crashes S.H.I. plus Padan next. This was what he had promised Long Huishan and LV Chilian before. Sister Huishan, cultivate first. I'll wake you up after I finish refining. Chen Xiang laughed. The medicinal power of that pill is very strong. I wonder if you can suppress it. Little scoundrel, don't underestimate me. Long Huishan laughed. Big sister, I'm a draconian after all. I'm still very strong. Chen Xiang spent the rest of his time concocting pills. This was mainly because he wanted LV Chilian and the others to level up to the 10th level of the Tao per realm, and also because his Yu Yao mountain villa was growing Diaper-found Fruit S and Jiang Earthly Fruit S. Those girls all knew about heavenly alchemy and could refine the Nanyang Emperor profound core. After they found out that Chen Xiang had used the crash method to refine AS, HI plus Padan, they were surprised and also decided to give it a try to see if it was possible. A few days before the barrier of the Devil Wasteland was about to be broken, Fan S, HI plus Xan had personally come to the Heavenly Dragon City to find Chen Xiang. During this period of time in hundreds of Flowers Village, Chen Xiang had refined quite a few HI plus Padan, all of them of the super high quality. When Chen Xiang came to the Eternal Life Native Bank, it was as if he had something urgent. Manor Lord Fan, did something big happen? Chen Xiang asked anxiously. That's not it. The Devil Wasteland's enchantment barrier will be broken soon. And that's something everyone knows. Everyone is fully prepared for it during this period of time. So when the time comes, our losses won't be too big. We just need a little time, and we will be able to destroy the Black Hairs humans sooner or later. Fan S, HI plus Xan said, the reason why I came to find you this time was mainly because Great Landlord wanted to meet you. Great Landlord. Chen Xiang was shocked. That was the strongest person in the Eternal Life Native Bank. Yes, but he can't leave the Sacred Wasteland, so you have to go by yourself. I can bring you there. Fan S, HI plus Xn said, all right. Chen Xiang was also very interested in that Great Landlord. The three Great Landlordess of the three Great Native Bank S were all very scary people. However, he seemed to know something now, that these Great Landlordess were actually unable to leave the Sacred Wasteland. Not only the Great Landlord and the rest are unable to leave the Sacred Wasteland, the patriarchs of the other Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family are also restricted by the restriction of the heavenly energy. Fan S, HI plus Xan said as he brought Chen Xiang to the teleportation room inside the native bank. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xiang and Fan S, HI plus Xan arrived at the biggest Eternal Life Native Bank. Great Landlord is right below us. Fan S, HI plus Xan laughed. Although this native bank is very high, but he likes to stay deep underground. Fan S, HI plus Xan pointed to a room. If you go in, then go see Great Landlord yourself, and I won't go with you. Rest A, S, assured. Our Great Landlord is doing very well. There was a transmission array here. After he entered the transmission array and activated the array formation, he was teleported to another place. However, this place was filled with heat, and Chen Xiang felt that this might be the center of the earth. Chen Xiang was sent to another room, and he was also in the teleportation room. After he walked out, he saw a lavishly decorated hall, and on top of the hall sat a luxuriously dressed elderly man. Looking at the old man, Chen Xiang was startled. The old man gave him a familiar feeling, especially the outline of his face. He felt like he had seen him somewhere before. Do you think I'm familiar? The old man chuckled. I think it's a guy called Natural Law Divine Spirit. He looks very similar to you. Chen Xiang was sure that this old man in front of him was very similar to that stupid Natural Law Divine Spirit. It was just that the old man in front of him had a very good temperament, something that Natural Law Divine Spirit couldn't compare to. There's nothing we can do about it. Natural Law Divine Spirit and I were both born from the Heavenly Tao, so we are a little similar. The old man laughed. I am the Great Landlord of the three Great Native Bank S. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. I never thought that so many things would enter your body that were hidden. Great Landlord S of the three Great Native Bank S? Chen Xiang was a little surprised. Didn't the three Great Native Bank S have three? There's only one. I created all three Native Bank S. The Great Landlord laughed. The reason we have three Native Bank S is also to deceive people. There were many tables and chairs in the hall. Chen Xiang casually found one and sat down. Great Landlord, what are you looking for me for? Chen Xiang asked. There's nothing much I need to talk to you about. I feel that you are a very special existence. According to natural law principles, you should have been done in, but you are still alive and well, so I felt that it was very strange. For example, allowing 2 generations to fuse together is definitely not something your strength can accomplish. The great landlord said. Qinxiang only smiled. When he thought about it, he also felt that it was true. Others may not know about it, but I am very clear that the method you use to refine pills should be the heavenly alchemy. Great landlord's word surprised Qinxiang. He did not want this kind of secret to be known by these big shots. You don't have to worry. Although the heavenly alchemy is one of the 4 great taboo magic S, it can be Pa-S, said down. This was originally planned, but I didn't expect that these 4 were all in your hands. Great landlord laughed out loud. Especially that heavenly alchemy. When you use it in alchemy, it has an even more stonies. H-I plus ing and miraculous effect. Great landlord, who exactly created the heavenly alchemy? This technique is very powerful. I only now do have a very profound feeling of how powerful it is. Moreover, there are still many powerful techniques that I have yet to unearth. Qinxiang said he felt that this great landlord must know a lot. He had seen the Sword Hall elder before, and that elder said that this was something Pa-S, said down in the divine wasteland. I don't know about the other 3 taboo magic S, but I do know about the heavenly alchemy. It was created by the heavenly Tao Lord. The great landlord said, Great landlord, why is the flow of the heavenly Tao so chaotic right now? Why do I feel like something has gone wrong? Qinxiang asked again. He finally knew who created the heavenly alchemy, and it was more or less what he had guessed. Actually, the world we are currently in is a living being's divine sense-see world. The great landlord suddenly became serious. This creature is very powerful and was born with such a real world very early on. Initially, he managed this world well, but later he allowed it to develop freely. However, before this, he set up the rules for the heaven's law. Later on, this creature didn't interfere with anything in this world. As for why, I don't know either. I tried to contact him many times, but none of my attempts resulted in a response. Back when he was creating me, I often communicated with him. I never thought that we would actually be in someone else's divine sense-see world. Qinxiang sighed. That's right, if we have enough strength, we can jump out. When the time comes, we can go to the so-called divine wasteland, and the master of this natural law world is also there. Great landlord said, It's just that it's very difficult, and I'm guessing that Master Tian might have met with some troubles over there, so he didn't have the time to think about the development of this place. C. 2571. C. 2570, when the matter of going to the divine wasteland was too distant for Qinxiang. Currently, the most pressing matter was how to deal with the black hairs human. He did not want the new 8 wastelands to become a mess with them. After all, he still had to live in the new 8 wastelands. Although the environment of the sacred wasteland was not bad, but with the heaven wasteland aristocratic family playing tricks here, it was impossible to live a peaceful life here. Maybe after the black hairs human was released, the flames of war would burn the entire sacred wasteland. Great landlord, I heard that you can't leave the sacred wasteland. Why is that? Qinxiang asked. This is the restriction of the heavenly Tao. The patriarchs of the heaven wasteland aristocratic family S are also bred by the heavenly Tao, but they are able to reproduce and their descendants all possess great talent. The great landlord said, the heavenly energy has sealed us in the sacred wasteland. This is also to prevent us from going out to cause trouble. But now, heaven wasteland aristocratic family is using this point to cause chaos outside. Furthermore, heaven wasteland aristocratic family has been developing in secret for so many years. His strength is much stronger than I had expected. Great landlord said, even though my 3 great native bank S have a broad range of power, they don't have enough concentrated power. Their deterrence power is only directed at those small forces, so Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family isn't afraid of me. Chun Xiang nodded his head. The great landlord had clearly miscalculated, and he was also surprised that the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family was actually so attractive, just developing in the sacred wasteland and giving the outside world to the three great native bank. This was clearly a premeditated plan. Chun Xiang, the fact that you have the heavenly alchemy is already known to Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. It doesn't matter if this body is suitable for them to cultivate or not. Because of this body's reputation, they must nath it no matter what. You must guard against them. Great landlord said in a serious tone. It's a good thing that their strongest group of fellows are all unable to leave sacred wasteland. Chun Xiang secretly felt fear at the back of his mind. Before this, he had been wandering aimlessly within the sacred wasteland, and he had no idea that he would be in such danger at that time. To Chun Xiang, the sacred wasteland was not a safe place, but instead filled with danger. Amen, I understand. I will come to sacred wasteland less from now on. Chun Xiang nodded his head heavily. Of course, he would definitely come here in the future, and at that time he would have enough power to flatten Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. Just pay attention. With your capabilities, Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family cannot deal with you like this right now. If you need help, you can go find the third Manor Lord and the others. They will definitely help you. The great landlord said. It was not the first time that Chun Xiang had been targeted by someone extremely powerful because of the heavenly alchemy, so he had sufficient experience in dealing with this kind of thing. He did not chat with the great landlord for too long and returned to the Heavenly Dragon City. Not long after Chun Xiang arrived at Heavenly Dragon City, Huang Yantian came to find him urgently, and on top of that it was a very important matter. Chun Xiang, your storage magic treasure is not equipped with any people, right? Huang Yantian asked in a low voice. Yes, why? Chun Xiang answered truthfully. Chu Hongqing and Yang Xiangyin were both inside. Hurry up and let the person inside out. The matter that I told you is a very secret that cannot be revealed to others. Huang Yantian's tone was somewhat heavy and extremely mysterious. Can't you use sound transmission? Chun Xiang asked. No, don't waste any more words. This is a serious matter, Huang Yantian urged. Chun Xiang had no choice but to let Chu Hongqing and Yang Xiangyin go to the 100 Flowers Tower to wait for him while he followed Huang Yantian there. Huang Yantian brought Chun Xiang to his residence and went deeper into the secret room. He even added a few array formations. Uncle, what is going on? Why are you acting so secretive? Chun Xiang was getting impatient. Something has happened to my little brother. Huang Yantian sighed. I never thought that those fellows would actually be so brazen as to capture him. Huang Jintian was actually taken away, and at this moment, Chun Xiang knew that the matter was extremely serious, and his expression became gloomy and cold. Who took Master away? What exactly is going on? Chun Xiang asked anxiously. It was done by the undead divine race and that whatever evil spirit race. That fellow went out and was captured not long after he left the three-money divine city. Huang Yantian sighed. Are you sure this is real? Are you not joking with me? Chun Xiang could not believe that Huang Jintian was actually caught. It's absolutely true. The undead divine race used our clan's secret method to send a sound transmission to me, and I also used that secret technique to contact my bro. I confirmed that he was taken away. Although he said that we should not bother about him, can we ignore him? Although Huang Yantian and his whole body was quarreling, the relations I plus P between the two brothers were extremely good. Of course we can't ignore him. He is my master. Chun Xiang clenched his fist. What exactly do those TARDS want? They used their clan's secret method to send a sound transmission to me, telling me to S this matter to you, and then ask you to go. Only then would I be able to save my brother. Qinxiang, if that doesn't work, then just let my brother die. Huang Yantian said, You've already told me, can I not go? Qinxiang frowned. Even though I know this is a trap set for me, I must definitely go. Senior Master, can I call someone to go? I know quite a few powerful people. Huang Yantian shook his head. They told me that if you brought people there, they would kill your master. They have the undead divine race's sky spill master over there, so they can calculate that you better not tell anyone else, and only you can save your master now. Maybe Huang Yantian didn't really understand the strength of undead divine race and evil spirit race. So he thought that Qinxiang could save Huang Jintian, and he knew that Qinxiang had a lot of methods. However, Huang Yantian did not know the true terrifying thing about undead divine race and evil spirit race. It was that they were a group of guys that even natural law divine spirit could not handle. Is there a time limit? Qinxiang calmed down and asked. They said that within a month you will be the only one to go, and they can't tell anyone else. Huang Yantian sighed. In about a month's time, Black Hair's human will also come out of Devil Wasteland. A month. Looks like I have to make the best use of my time to cultivate. How much can I improve? At this time, Qinxiang had no choice but to take the risk. After all, Huang Jintian was his master. Where is it? Huang Yantian took out a map. He had drawn this map before and pointed to a place. It was actually the new 8 Wastelands, but it was more remote and far away from the Heavenly Dragon City. The matters of the Black Hair's human had originally been very busy for Qinxiang, but now that he had been caught red-handed, it made him feel extremely helpless. He planned to make preparations for this month and then rescue Huang Jintian. He wasn't going to send himself to his death. He already had a plan just now. C. 2572. C. 2572, when Qinxiang arrived at 100 Flowers Tower, Chu Hongqing and Yang Shangyin was helping Yen Xilan with the shop, especially Yen Xilan, who was playing a zither and attracting many people over. On the other hand, Chu Hongqing was concocting pills. Qinxiang told Yang Shangyin and to stay here for the time being, or to go inside the hundreds of Flowers Village, while he himself went to Beast Wasteland to look for Du Shaoling. He asked Du Shaoling for a lot of drunken sky pills and 2 other extremely terrifying and mysterious poisons. At that time, these poisons might be able to help him. The ingredients for the 9 yang profound fruit should be enough for them to refine. I must focus on my cultivation during this period of time. While Qinxiang was on his way to the hundreds of Flowers Village, he had already thought of a few reasons. For the sake of Huang Jintian's safety, he didn't dare to tell this matter to others, and Huang Yantian didn't go around spouting nonsense. He returned to the hundreds of Flowers Village and told L.V. Chilian that he wanted to make a trip to the profound wasteland to find Huolin. Qinxiang did indeed plan to go to the profound wasteland to find Huolin now. He planned to cultivate there for a period of time. After leaving the hundreds of Flowers Village, Qinxiang went to the city in profound wasteland. He greeted Tai Xiong and the others, chatted for a while, then headed to the center of the earth. Huolin had a secret realm in the core of the earth, which was also a place with a lot of energy, which was why he chose to cultivate here. Big brother, how is the situation up there? Because Tai Yuntian had come down often and told Huolin about the Black Hair's human S above. Huolin was very curious about the matters above. The Black Hair's human in the Devil Wasteland is about to come out, so I need to hurry and cultivate. Qinxiang said, I'm here to see if I can borrow your energy to circulate the time formation. Qinxiang's 6 realms mirrors also had the time formation. But in this vast world of the new 8 Wastelands, he did not know just how useful the time formation could be. Yes, but Big brother, this SPAC is different from the 9 heaven worlds from before, and the laws of time are even stricter here. So I do not know how great the effect is, and I am a little worried that it will disturb the core of this place. Huolin said, Big brother, you should try first. If there are any problems, I can remind you later. Chen Xiang had also thought about this matter before he came here. He nodded, then entered an underground secret room which was filled with dense energy, and took out the 6 realms mirrors. In the past, when we were in the 9 heaven world, the effect of changing the flow of time was very good. Chen Xiang thought, but now he had no other choice. A month of time was not enough for him, so he could not become much stronger. Of course, he did not expect himself to be able to fight against the undead divine race and the evil spirit race after leveling up here. But if he could get stronger now, that would be one thing. Activating the time formation above the 6 realms mirrors, Chen Xiang walked in, stayed inside for a day, and then exited. After calculating, the amount of time he could earn was 1 year. Hualin, how's the consumption? Chen Xiang asked. It can only last for 1 month at the most. Otherwise, the core will be in chaos. At that time, the energy will be unstable, and my secret realm will collapse. Hualin said in a serious tone, Big brother, you have to come out on time. Don't worry, I'll definitely get out on time. Chen Xiang nodded, and then entered the time formation. Because he was in too much of a hurry, he did not bring any medicinal ingredients with him. Originally, he had planned to look for pills that could help him quickly level up in the Tao Profound Realm, but it was already too late. First, he had to go to the sacred wasteland to find them. Right now, Chen Xiang could only rely on refining pellets. First, he would refine a batch of S, H, I, plus Padan, and that would be using the 4 Crash S to refine the ultra-high-quality S, H, I plus Padan. He had already reached the 10th level of the Tao Soul Realm, and after eating this S, H, I plus Padan, he broke through to the Tao Profound Realm. So the Tao Profound Realm was used to increase the use of Tao power. After Chen Xiang had leveled up to the Tao Profound Realm, the Tao energy within the divine sense C had actually risen by more than 10 times through the Tao Profound Door. This caused him to be able to casually release a bit of Tao energy, which was extremely powerful. No wonder the elder sister Shaoling said that the profound Tao power would be even scarier when we reach the Tao Profound Realm. Chen Xiang looked at the condensed spirit qi in his palm. This was the power that he had condensed after circulating a large amount of spirit qi through the Tao Profound Door. He tried to use the Juyang Tao power, and as expected, it was extremely powerful, more than 10 times stronger than when he was at the 10th stage of the Tao realm. The power of the Tao Profound Realm is already this terrifying. What about the Tao S, H, I plus realm and the Tao Zong realm behind it? Chen Xiang was also looking forward to it now, but he didn't have a method to improve quickly, so continuing to eat S, H, I plus Padan was already useless. However, Chen Xiang still understood the way to cultivate the Tao Profound Realm. For every stage there was a Tao Profound Door, and if it was the 2nd stage of the Tao Profound Realm, then it would be the 2nd stage. If there was a 10th stage, then the power of the tenfold door would be able to pa S the 10th stage of the Tao Profound Door, which was extremely terrifying. I wonder what will happen if my 2nd divine sense sees Heavenly Beast comes out through the Tao Profound Door. Chen Xiang's heart skipped a beat. If it was possible, wouldn't it be extremely powerful? Of course, he did not dare try, because the Heavenly Beast of the 2nd divine sense, see, also increased with his power. He was worried that the Heavenly Beast would become too strong, and when the time came, they would run out and break out of his control. He closed his eyes and looked at the huge halo of light above the divine sense sea. It was the Tao Profound Door, and when he needed to use it, the Tao Profound Door would quickly collect the Tao energy from the divine sense sea below, suck it in like a dragon sucking water, and then circulate it to his entire body. Why is it that I can only absorb so little Tao power? Chen Xiang closed his eyes and observed the Tao Profound Door inside his divine sense sea. Not long after, he realized that it wasn't that the amount of Tao energy his Tao Profound Door absorbed was too little, but every time the hole his Tao Profound Door opened was too small. He couldn't open it completely, so the amount of Tao energy that he absorbed was too little. How can this be? Qin Xiang discovered this problem and opened his eyes. He did not know what happened to the others, but he would definitely not allow something like this to happen. For example, his Tao Profound door was as big as a water jar. However, right now he could only open one bowl like this, so he did not have much Tao power to pass S through the Tao Profound door. The Tao Profound door was so big, but it could only open such a small opening. This was clearly for a reason, and Qin Xiang believed that it could be completely opened. Qin Xiang could not understand this question and could only helplessly walk out of the time formation. He wanted to ask Huolin, but coincidentally, he met Tai Yuntian coming down. Tai Yuntian was a Dao lord, so he definitely knew about it. Qin Xiang planned to ask him for some advice,